Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission to order. If you'd all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now I'd like to introduce the members of the commission that are here this evening. To my immediate right is Jeff Cohan, a commission member. To my far left is Larry Zabrowski, who's an alternate on the commission. Next to Larry is Rocco Mazzarata, who's also an alternate. And to my immediate left is J.P. Benoit, who is vice chairperson of the commission. At the staff table, to my left is Cynthia Kleiss, who is our recording secretary. Next to Cynthia is Casey Costello, who is our town planner. As Mr. Fitzsimmons and Mr. Menard are not going to be here this evening, or commission members, Mr. Zabrowski and Mr. Mazzarata will be sitting in on the applications that we are going to be taking up this evening. Just a few matters of note. There are two applications that will not be heard this evening because they're not ready to be presented to the commission. The first one is item number 3 on our agenda. It's a re-subdivision for 7 lots for TWLLC or TWLC LLC on 330 Church Street, Yalesville. The next item is item number 13 on our agenda. It's a site plan, agricultural use, airport growers, Casertano on Hanover Street, Meriden Markham Airport. 2 other items on our agenda, item number 5 and 6, which is a special permit for JAF Management at 365 Washington Street, as well as a special permit for 665 Foxborough or Foxton Road LLC, also on Parker Street at 53 Parker Street. Those applications will be open this evening. However, no action will be taken, and they will be continued to our following meeting, and there won't be any discussion on those applications. So if someone is in the audience for those 2 particular applications, certainly you're welcome to stay. But again, there won't be any discussion on those items. The first item on our agenda is approval of minutes. However, we have 2 members of the commission that are not here this evening. We're going to defer approving those minutes, which I'm going to take our agenda a little bit out of order right now because I know that we're going to have some of the applications before us. They're certainly going to take a little bit more time. And we have several smaller items on our agenda that I'd like to take up first. First one being item number 6, which is a site plan accessory apartment for Migliaro at 475 Powers Road. Is that applicant here this evening? If you please come forward, sir, and begin preparing for your presentation. And Mr. Mazzarato, if you note all of the correspondence on number 8 for our record, please.
Excuse me.
Oh, you can sit right at the table, sir. No, no, number 8. It's a site plan for an accessory apartment. And if you just give us a moment, sir, while we note all the correspondence.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, we have a application 211-16 dated 3/10/16. Let's see, that's a copy. A second copy of an application 211-16 submitted 3/10/16, date of receipt March 17th, 2010. A letter dated March 24th, 2016 from to Christopher Migliaro from Casey Costello, Town Planner. Copy of an application 211-16.
The engineering department.
The engineering department?
Yeah, on the bottom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. From town engineer, received March 15th, 2016. Actually, I have 2 received dates. So I want to, that's fine. a notice, letter from the Health Department dated March 24th, 2016, received April 6th, 2016. And that's it.
Casey, just a quick thing on the first things that Rocco noted. Who are those from? I can't tell by the signature.
The first is from the fire marshal, and the second is from the chief sanitarian.
Good. Okay, thank you. At this point in time, if the applicant would please introduce himself and give us his presentation on what he's looking to do.
Chris Migliaro, 870 Clintonville Road, Wallingford. It's a site plan for a single-story ranch with a walkout basement at one end, with a future accessory apartment, and there's also a barn shown, and it would be a future barn, but we put it on there now anyway. Not sure whether we do it at the same time of the house or not. And we're going to live on the first floor, and the apartment's simply either for in-laws or in case we ever get to a point that we need live-in help.
Okay. Any commission members with any questions for the applicant? Casey, any questions?
Nope, all of my comments have been addressed. Just to point out, which I already discussed with Mr. Migliari, since it's right at the 780, they'll have to make sure to comply exactly with the site plan. But I think we did calculations, and he might have a little leeway anyhow.
Okay. This is not a public hearing, but we always allow members of the public to comment on an application. Any members of the public who would like to comment, please come forward, state your name and address. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to you, sir. If you have any final comments that you'd like to make, you're certainly not compelled to.
I'm good.
Okay. At this point in time, if there's no commission members with any other questions, I'd entertain a motion on the application. Mr. Cohen, excuse me.
No comments.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve a site plan accessory apartment, Migliaro, 47 Powers Road, application 211-16 for approval. Subject to the follow approval. Casey, what was that one?
Is that
What was that? Final approval from the
Final
zoning
approval.
enforcement officer?
a final inspection by the zoning enforcement?
Final inspection by the zoning enforcement officer.
We have a motion on the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Cohen. Voting beginning with Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes?
And yes, your application's been approved. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Jumping down, we're coming to number 14. It's a site plan accessory apartment for Brosnan at 3 Oakdale Circle. Is the applicant here? Good. If you please come forward, take a seat, and again, Mr. Matarazzo, if you'd note all correspondence for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, we have an application for a site plan accessory apartment. Yeah. Dated March 28th, 2016, application 213-16. We have, again, a notice of application 213-16, dated April 11th, 2016, received April 4th, 2016. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh. That application was signed by the town engineer. Another reference to the application 213-16 received March 30, 2016. Signed by the environmental planner, Aaron O'Hare. Another reference to application 213-16 received April 7th, 2016, fire marshal. Signed by the fire marshal. And that would be it.
Thank you, Mr. Matarazzo. Mr. Matarazzo, if you'd please,
Almost.
if you'd please introduce yourself and begin your presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Jocelyn Brosnan. I live at 3 Oakdale Circle, Wallingford, Connecticut. The apartment was currently in place when I purchased the property 6.5 years ago, so I'm now seeking to get permits for it.
Okay. So again, when you purchased it, you weren't aware that
There were no
that it
permits.
wasn't an approved, and so now what you're looking to do is just to
Get it
become
approved.
in compliance with zoning.
Correct.
Okay. Casey, have you, anyone gone out and taken a look at the apartment?
I haven't looked at it yet, but we'll make final inspection and condition again, and then I'll go and make sure that it's what's there.
Okay. Commission members, questions for the applicant? Again, if there's any members of the public that would like to speak on the application, please come forward, name and address. Seeing none, bring it back to the commission for any final comments. Seeing none, unless you have no further comments, I'd,
Will I get copies of all of this? Or
copies of all
make
of
an
what?
appointment? The approval?
Oh, yeah, you would get the, yes. Once it's, if we approve it, then you could certainly get the approval from our town planner, and then we'll have actually our town planner would come out and just inspect the apartment to make sure it's in compliance.
The enforcement officer again, right?
So again, at this point in time, I'd entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve site plan accessory apartment J. Rosnan, 3 Oakdale Circle, application 213-16, subject to the zoning enforcement officer final approval.
We have a motion on the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Cohan. Voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
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 And yes, your application's been approved. Have a good evening.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Moving on, we'll go down to item number 16. It's a survey waiver request for 10 North Cherry Street. And is the applicant here? Yes, sir. If you please come forward. And Mr. Matarazzo, if you'd note all correspondence for the record on item number 16.
Mr. Chairman, we have a letter, let's see, was it, I hate, I don't
You
want
can
to
help
butcher
us
your
with your
name.
pronunciation, sir, please.
What's the pronunciation?
Ahab Keller.
Ahab Keel?
Yes.
Keel. Dated March 28th, 2016. And that looks like all we've got.
Okay, sir, if you just please give us a brief overview of what you're seeking from us. And if you could pull the microphone just a little closer to you.
I just want to extend like 8 feet on top of my garage. Like I have a room that I want to extend it and add a bathroom inside it.
Okay, so you're not extending the footprint at all of the house? Your
No, no.
extension is just going over,
Over the garage.
just over the garage?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you've looked at the application, and based upon what's being presented, it doesn't encroach on any of the setbacks, is that correct?
I actually don't have verification on that based on what's been submitted, because I believe that the existing structure may be non-conforming in terms of the setback.
It looks like it's right on the property line.
Yes.
So as far as us being able to approve this,
I would not recommend that you approve the survey waiver because we don't know how far from the property line. If it's encroaching on the required setback, that will require a variance.
a variance on that.
And for a variance, you could still waive the survey requirement and just allow him to make, or the applicant to make a representation based on their determination for what the distance is. But typically, when there's a variance involved, you want a survey.
Any commission members with an opinion on? Yes, Mrs. Ross.
Mr. Chairman, I think that it's right on the property line. I think that I don't know whether it's even, it says 8 feet from the existing structure. Is that where you're going?
No, actually, it's the backyard of the neighbor. I mean, their house is on Washington Street.
Casey, what's the setback requirement on this for the backyard for this particular zone?
I believe he's in an R18, in which case it would be 30 feet.
So then he would need to have a variance,
Right.
correct?
Right. And you could still waive the survey requirement.
So if we
for
waive,
the
if we waive the
variance
survey
application.
requirement, if we waive that, then he would still be required to get a variance
Right.
for this.
And then it would be up to him to make an accurate representation about the distance,
Okay.
which, because it's an existing structure, maybe you're comfortable with. It's not encroaching further from what's there now.
Again, if we waive the survey requirement, it's still up to the ZBA whether or not to grant the variance. And I think at least if the setback's 30 feet, looking at what's being presented, seems it's pretty clear that
There's a variance.
it's in the setback, so
It's already an existing.
it's already an existing structure, so it would really be up to the ZBA to determine if in fact he could do that. From our standpoint, in some ways it would be a waste of funds to have him go out and get a survey to tell us something that we can kind of see right now on the paper.
Sure.
Okay, all right. Other commission members that may have comments?
Mr. Chairman, are we thinking about just kind of delaying this until the zoning board of appeals takes a look at it?
I'm not thinking about doing that. I'm thinking just the opposite. If my understanding is, if you look at this right now, a survey isn't going to tell us something that we kind of don't already know. If the setback's 30 feet, it looks like this is probably, depending upon where the structure is actually going to go, he's probably 4, 5, 6 feet off the property line. So the survey is just going to reinforce, I think, what we already know. If this gentleman's going now then to look for a variance from the ZBA, for us to say, well, you have to get a survey first, I think we're just putting an undue financial burden on him.
I would agree with that.
Other commission members?
Sir, just through the chair.
Sure.
Do you understand that if they waive the survey requirement, the next step will be to apply for a variance because of the small distance from the property line? And we can help you with that through my office, okay?
Okay, other commission members, comments? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion on the application to waive the survey requirement.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to waive the survey requirement for Ahab Kella at 10 North Cherry Street.
Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Second, Mr. Cohan, voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
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 And yes, again, application has been approved. Your next step would be then, if you wanted to go forward with this, you can meet with our town planner. She can help you, perhaps give you some guidance how to go about applying for a variance. Okay? Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, we have some additional items that are, Case, you can help me out here for just a second, some additional survey waivers that are being requested. And there are actually 4 of them, and we need to waive Rule 5 to add on a survey waiver for 39 Circle Drive, 1056 Durham Road, 44 Parkview Road, and 101 South Main Street. Do I have a motion to waive Rule 5 to add these to our agenda? Here. This is off of here.
That's why.
Yeah.
So we want to,
I'd just like, if we could have just a motion to waive Rule 5 to add these items to our agenda, these 4 items that I noted.
I make a motion to waive Rule 5 for the 4 survey waivers requested.
Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Our next item would then be item number 23. It's a survey waiver request for 39 Circle Drive. If the applicant for that is here. If the applicant please come forward. Seeing none, we'll move down to our next request for a survey waiver, which is 1056 Durham Road. Is the applicant for that application here? Yes, gentlemen, please come forward. Mr. Matarazzo, if you'd note correspondence for the record, please. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, we have a fax from the town of Hamden, received April 1st, 2016. And a drawing to Casey Costello from Joe Salato.
Colello.
Sorry. Colello, was it?
Colello.
Colello. Don't see, I don't have a date on it. And we were just received for the record another set of drawings from Mr. Colello, and that would be it.
Good enough. Thank you, Mr. Matarazzo. Could you please introduce yourself and just begin your presentation as far as what you're looking or what you're requesting?
Good evening. My name is Joe Colello. I reside at 1056 Durham Road. Also over there is Moonlight Farm that we run a little equestrian center. I'm proposing and requesting to build a 16 by 32 foot pavilion in my backyard. Slab is already there. We have anchors in the reinforced concrete, and the setbacks are way more than the town requires.
Okay. Looks like the closest setback is what, 78 feet?
Yes, sir.
That's on the corner?
Yep.
And Casey, that's well outside of the setback requirements?
Yes.
Any commission members, questions for the applicant? Any members of the public who would like to speak? Seeing none, unless you have any final comments, which I suspect you don't.
Just thank you if you let it go through.
At this point in time, I'd entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve a survey waiver for Colello at 1056 Durham Road.
Do we have a second on, we have a motion on the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Cohan, voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
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 Yes, the application has been approved. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Our next item, again, is a survey waiver for 44 Parkview Road. Is the applicant here this evening? Not seeing that, we'll jump down to the final one. Is 101 South Main Street. Again, is the applicant here for 10? Yes, gentlemen, please come forward. And Mr. Matarazzo, if you note all correspondence for the record for item number 26.
Mr. Chairman, we have a letter from, to Casey Costello, dated, received April 6, 2016. And that looks like it.
Good. The applicant would please introduce himself and begin his presentation.
Good evening, folks. My name is Jay Che. I'm at 101 South Main Street, just a couple doors down. And we recently purchased this home, and we'd like to put a deck off the back of the house and an in-ground swimming pool. And both of these are within the perimeter of the house. So if you're looking, east-west, it's within the perimeter of the house dwelling itself. We couldn't find a survey being done. There's a fence, a solid fence that goes down both sides. And there's pictures of it in here. So got to believe that when the owner put that in, it was in compliance, or I imagine there would have been complaints.
And just looking at the, where you're putting the new pool, and there's the old pool, and then that's going to be, I guess, taken out or what have you, and then you're putting the new pool. and essentially the same distance off the property line as the old pool?
Yeah, well, yeah, actually, the old pool was filled in by the previous owner, so we can't see the pool. But I just estimated, based on where we believe the old pool was.
Okay.
Which you can pretty much tell because of how level the land is right there. Yeah, but if was what I'm saying makes sense. If you look at it from, say you're looking from South Main Street back, and see where the dwelling of the house is right now?
Yes.
So both of those, both the pool and the deck are going to be within that south perimeter, or within the north and south perimeters of the house.
And Casey, to the best of your knowledge, as far as the house right now, there's no issues with that as far as encroaching on the setback, is that right?
I don't know that for sure, obviously, since we don't have a survey, but because it's a deck, the only setback that they have to worry about is the side yard, and it's very limited in that zone, so they should be okay.
And the same thing with the pool?
The pool, how far, do you have an idea of how far it'll be off the side property line?
Off of that fence? Yeah, off of the fence at its closest point, it is 14 feet 10 inches.
Okay, so the requirement is 10.
Okay. And you have a good ruler?
I'm sorry?
You have a good ruler?
I do. I got good feet. Fortunately, my foot's a foot.
There you go. All right. Any members of the commission who have a question for the applicant? Any members from the public? Unless you have any final comments?
Just a question, if I may. Casey, for the deck, is the sideline 10 feet on that as well?
No, I believe you're in an R6 zone, which would be 6 feet.
Oh, it's 6 feet. Oh, okay. Less than I thought.
There you go.
Very good.
At this point in time, I'd entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to motion to do a survey waive for Shea at 101 South Main Street.
Second.
I have a second. Voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
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 And yes, the application has been approved. Have a good evening.
Thanks very much, folks.
You bet. Okay, now we'll go back to our the top of our agenda, and the first two items are a public hearing. It's a zoning text amendment for Paradise Hills Vineyard Farm Wineries. One is application 502-16. The other is 507-17. If the applicant would please come forward, begin preparing for his presentation. And again, if you would note all correspondence for the record on this application, Mr. Matarazzo. Yeah, if you'd read the legal notices first.
Mr. Chairman, we have a legal notice, application 502-16, zoning text amendment for Paradise Hills and Winery LLC to amend sections 2.2, definitions-specific terms, 4.2.E.3, rural districts-site plan approval, farm wineries, to modify the definition of farm winery and modify the regulations regarding farm wineries, including but not limited to adding permitted activities, events, music, and entertainment, limited retail sales, and limited food service, and allowing previous cover materials. For the record, we have an application 507-15 received December 17th, 2015. Who's that? Signed by Mike.
Casey, on some of these, if you could ask the various departments, while they may also sign it, they just indicate who they are.
Mike Godelski, the fire marshal.
Oh, I'm sorry. The fire marshal. Interoffice memorandum to Casey Costello from Eric Kruger, senior engineer, dated December 23rd, 2015. Water and sewer. A letter dated December 31st, 2015, to Mr. Robert V.
Ultramitis.
Beltramitis. Sorry. Received December 1st, 2015. A letter dated January 4th, 2016, referencing application 507-15, received January 11th, 2016. Letter dated January 6th, 2016, to Daniel N. Mara, Esquire. A handwritten letter to the Wallingford Planning and Zoning dated January 6, 2016. This is from Karen Moretta. Is that right? A letter from Sandler and Mara PC to Casey Costello, received January 11, 2016. A copy of a fax from Sandler and Mara PC to Casey Costello, received January 11, 2016. A handwritten letter to the Town of Wallingford Planning and Zoning. I believe this looks like it's from Eric C. Riet. No date. A letter to the Wallingford Planning and Zoning Commission dated January 5th, 2016, from a Mike Miller. This be a letter dated January 11th, 2016. I believe it's from the Quinnipiac Chamber of Commerce. Received on January 11th, 2016. A letter to Casey Costello dated January 7th, 2016. Received on January 11th, 2016. From Barbara Malberg, a Director of Marketing from Visit New Haven. Some correspondence from Department of Public Health. No date. A letter to the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is verbatim minutes. I believe it's from Robert Parisi. Oh, I'm sorry. Just a verbatim minutes. Dated January 11th, 2016. A letter dated January 19th, 2016 from Casey Costello, referencing Town of Wallingford Planning and Zoning Regulation amendments pertaining to Farm Winery, received January 22nd, 2016. I believe, a letter dated January 19th, 2016 to Casey Costello, received January 20th, 2016 from James
Manis.
Giuletti.
Giuletti. Vice Chairman, Regional Planning Commission. A letter dated January 28, 2016, to Daniel, I believe that's N. Mara Esquire. A letter from Vincent McManus Jr., dated February 1st, 2016, received February 3rd, 2016. A letter dated February 2nd, 2016, from Daniel N. Mara Esquire.
That one's to Attorney Mara from me.
Is that two? I'm sorry. Reverse that. To Attorney Mara from Casey Costello, Town Planner. A fax received February 3rd, 2016, to Casey Costello from Daniel N. Mara. A letter to Casey Costello, Town Planner, dated February 2nd, 2016, from, again, Mara PC. Bless you. Let's copy the same. This is copy the same. Sorry, bunch of pages. Inter-office memorandum dated February, received February of 2016 to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from Eric Kruger, Senior Engineer. A letter from Vincent McManus Jr., received, dated February 5th, 2016, received February 9th, 2016. A letter dated February 8th, 2016, from Wallingford Planning and Zoning Commission, to Wallingford Planning and Zoning Commission, received February 9th, 2016. And that was from Michael Glidden, CFM CZEO. Letter dated March 3rd, 2016, to Paradise Hills Vineyard Winery, care of Daniel Mara. From Casey Costello, Town Planner. Just part of that one.
The next couple are emails that were sent to me regarding
Okay,
the
these are all
application.
emails?
But you might just want to state the date and who they're from.
Each one? Okay. Sorry, bear with us. We've got a few pages here. Emails, looks like email copies. This one's from Vivian Jones to Casey Costello. The date is 4/7/2016. There's a couple pages to that one. Another email from Casey Costello to Vivian Jones, dated March 21st, 2016. An email from Vivian Jones to Casey Costello, dated March 21st, 2016. Another email from Vivian Jones to Casey Costello, dated March 26, 2016. Another email from, an email from Dan Mara to Casey Costello, dated April 6, 2016. A letter from Mara PC to Casey Costello, Town Planner, is dated April 6, 2016, received April 6, 2016. Sure if that's a letter or a fax. a letter from RPC to Casey Costello, Town Planner, dated April 6, 2016. I'm sorry, I think actually those last two were fax. Apologies. Fax from RPC to Casey Costello, dated April 6, 2016. This is page 2. Fax cover. Fax to Casey Costello dated 4/6/16 from Daniel Mara. Six pages. Well, these are all copies. Comparison. All right, we've got several pages of winery comparisons in the area. Oh, part of this, okay, I'm sorry. Site plan dated October 31st, 2008. This one. This looks like a fax, Department of Agriculture, dated dated 7/2/2015. Let's be more comparisons. Referencing more comparisons of vineyards in the area. A letter from the Planning and Zoning Commission, Town of Wallingford, dated November 10th, 2008. Sorry, this minutes. Yeah, I'm sorry. These were copies of our minutes from November 10th, 2008, Planning and Zoning. Interoffice memorandum to Linda Bush, Town Planner, from Vincent Mesha, Senior Engineer, received June 26, 2006. Looks like a copy of zoning regulations. Zoning regulations?
These are our regulations.
Yeah. Copy of zoning regulations. Date. There's multiple dates here. Looks like it was received January 11th, 2016.
That attachment 1MM, you can just read the heading on it because that entire package of papers, which is, this is all information submitted simultaneously by Vivian Jones at the 1/11/16 meeting.
So just go by this,
So attachment 1MM is all of those things.
all of it? Okay. So we don't have to read through each one of these? Okay. One more? Okay. Yep. Okay. Email? Okay. An email to Planning and Zoning from David Jones, received 4/11/16. We've got fax transmittal to Casey Costello, Town Planner. South Central? Yeah. From South Central Regional Council of Governments, and that's dated 4/7/16. And another fax? Or just a letter? It's a memo. A memo dated April 7th, 2016, to Wallingford Planning and Zoning Commission, and board members received April 7th, 2016, from Rachel
Chernesky.
What she said? Zernoweski? Is that how you say it? Okay. Zerneski? Zerneski. Sure. Zerneski. Sorry, I apologize. Okay. I think that's it.
There are 3 more attachments that you received tonight, 1 NN, 1 OO, and 1 PP.
One. Well, I got the one in.
No, just, if you just note the 3. Just note the 3, please.
Okay. A letter dated April 11th, 2016, referencing application 502-16, to Wallingford Planning and Zoning, attention Casey Costello, from Michael Glidden. Is this part of this? It's all part of that. A letter dated March 14th, 2016, to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from, again, Michael Glidden, 2 pages. It's an email? Email from Casey Costello to commission members, dated April 11th, 2016. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Matarazzo. For a minute, I thought we'd have to go to the bullpen. All right, if the applicant would please introduce himself.
Yes, my name is Daniel Mara from the firm Sandler and Mara in Bloomfield, Connecticut. I'm here to represent the...
If you could please pull that just a little bit closer to you so that gets picked up.
Yes, is this better?
I think so.
My name is Daniel Mara from Sandler and Mara in Bloomfield, Connecticut, and I am here to represent Paradise Hills Vineyard and Winery.
Okay, I think, Casey, correct me if I'm wrong, probably a little house cleaning that we need to take care of as far as with the first application that we received, which is 507-115. That was the original application, and then there was I guess, an issue with respect to the posting of the notice, and because there was an error with the notice, that resulted in the application 50216 being filed, which is what we read all the correspondence for. And Casey, correct me if I'm wrong, that on that particular, when I say that particular one, the 50715, on that one, we should either take action on that, or if the, because we'd be running out of time, that certainly couldn't be continued, or you can simply withdraw that application, and then we'll, take up your the new application. So, kind of the choice is yours.
The 50715 application that had the supposed technical problems. All of the testimony and record from that application has been imported into the new application?
That's correct, Casey. Everything that we've noted, we've noted all of the correspondence. We've also noted all of the minutes, as Mr. Matarazzo indicated, the minutes from that meeting, any comments that we had from our town planner as well as from members of the public. So those are all in our public record.
Then that prior application can be withdrawn.
Okay. So with that, That's what, simply all we need. Is that correct, Casey?
Yep, so application, what was the number on that one? 502, 507-15 is withdrawn, and you're moving forward with application 502-16.
So with that, again, Attorney Marr, if you please begin your presentation.
Certainly. We've certainly given you plenty to read, plenty to think about. We've been at this for a long time. We appreciate the time that you've given us. We've listened to the feedback that we've gotten from our previous hearings. Under my letter dated April 6, we forwarded a somewhat revised and reduced proposal, hoping to meet the current, or some of the objections that were made, and to bring it in line with at least our impression of what we were hearing from some of the comments from the public, from Ms. Costello's office, and some of the commission's comments. Picking up where we left off under the old application, what I'd like to do is walk you through the revised proposal that's currently before you. We're looking to add definition to what is already on the books for a Wallingford winery. A Wallingford winery, in short terms, is defined as a farm with certain specifications on which wine is made and sold. And that's all really the regulations have to say. What we're trying to do is give some definition to what it means to make and sell wine, and to flesh that out and to provide for express authority to do what wineries do in the state of Connecticut. That being said, we want to make it clear that we do not want to be a banquet facility. We do not want to be a bar. We do not want to be a factory. We do not want to be an entertainment venue. We don't want to be a concert venue. We're a farm, we're a winery, and we have a tasting room. We're trying to engender direct contact with the public with the farm winery. Farm wineries, if I can step back a bit, are a little different animal than other farms. They have essentially one output for sale of their product, and that is in their own tasting room. It is virtually impossible at present for a Connecticut wine to find its way into any sort of robust distribution for package stores in the state of Connecticut. It just really hasn't happened. You'll be able to find a Connecticut wine on occasion in a package store, but you're not going to find a lot of Connecticut wines across the state of Connecticut. Sales are made at the winery. So in furtherance of that, we are looking for express permission from this commission to allow the winery to do what the Connecticut statutes allow wineries to do. That is in the definition section of our new or our reduced proposal. This is essentially unchanged from what was in front of you in January. We really haven't made much by way of changes. We're looking to be able to produce wine products, eau de vie, brandies, fruit brandies, apple wines, and hard cider, as permitted and pursuant to permits given by the state of Connecticut. No production cannot be done without proper licensing by the state. We're looking to have at least 5 acres of under cultivation for the production of wine. And based on our response to comments that we've heard about a substantial farming presence, we have proposed that the winery, by the 8th year of its existence as a farm winery, has to produce on-site at least 25% of the grapes used in the production of wines. At 25% in the 8th year, parrot the Connecticut statutes. I'm not exactly sure if the state has set the floor or the ceiling on that. I think there's legal argument to be made that the state statutes set the ceiling on the production of grapes on site. The statutes say that a Connecticut winery has to use 25% of its grapes on any land in the state of Connecticut owned by or under control of the winery or its backer. That's not a direct quote, but that's the effect of the statutes. we're proposing that that 25% be grown on-site. So we're making it a little more strict than the statutes. Other than that, the section is essentially the same as it was when it was before you in January. We're looking for retail sales at the winery by bottle or by glass between 11 a.m. and 9 p.m., or fewer hours if the state changes the hours that wineries can serve, whichever is more restrictive. Bulk sales, which means we can put our wine in larger containers and hopefully one day ship them to distributors as permitted by the statutes. Tasting room, an express allowance for a tasting room and winery tours. Incidental sales of non-alcoholic beverages and cold prepackaged food. We want to be able to sell water or soda in addition to the wine, so that not everybody who comes to the winery has to drink wine. We're also looking for the right to sell cold prepackaged food because we think it's important to be able to pair food with wine. In fact, as I've said to you before, a farm winery permit is the only liquor permit in the state of Connecticut that does not require the pairing of alcohol and food. We want to do that, and we think it's appropriate that we sell cold prepackaged food. We don't want to be a restaurant. We don't want to even heat food, but we want to be able to have some food that's available for our customers. Incidental sales of souvenirs and winery-related products, hats, T-shirts, and a small footprint as outlined in the proposed regulation. And then express recognition that people can bring in food. There's a practice of people bringing their own food, buying wine. We're fine with that practice. We want it to be expressly approved in the zoning regulations. To move on, we're looking at, the next item has been a little more contentious in front of the commission, and that is music. What we're looking for by way of music. We've heard comments, and we have rocked back our proposal. We are looking for commercially available licensed background music. Muzak, Pandora, the radio, something like that, inside the tasting room and on any adjacent covered porch. We've removed any reference to a patio over concerns that the music might be too loud or carry too far. We're no longer looking for that. We want to be able to play ambiance music in the winery. We also want to have live music twice a week between noon and 9 p.m. If it is performed inside the tasting room, we're looking for it to be allowed to be amplified. If it's performed outside, we're saying it will not be amplified, except for the 4 promotional events, which I'll go through in a minute. There will be no outside amplified music.
Excuse me, I just want a clarification of that. It says, in the tasting room, which is inside, and any other adjacent covered porch, but I mean, would the covered porch be outside and there'd be no exterior walls?
The porch in question at our premises is open to the outside. It has some exterior walls. It has partitions. It has porticos. So it's got a roof. It's permanent. It is not entirely closed in, if that describes.
So it is open to the outside?
It is open to the outside.
I guess at this point, I just ask commission members, let the gentleman finish his presentation first before we start asking questions. So if you please continue.
The live music would start sometime afternoon and would end at 9 o'clock. Not amplified outside, maybe amplified inside, and subject to the Wallingford noise ordinance for all purposes. We no longer look for, in our original proposal, we included the word entertainment. That's out. We're really restricting it just to musical performances. There'll be no charge for a musical performance. It will not be a profit center. There won't be tickets sold. There'll be no question but that we will not be a concert venue. We're looking for the kind of thing with maybe a piano, a guy with a guitar, a couple of people singing, that kind of music. Again, music that's appropriate for a winery is our vision of what we're looking for. We are looking for a slightly larger allowance of music in connection with events. We're looking for 4 special unreserved promotional events. We've described them to this commission in the past as Mother's Day, anniversary of the winery, harvest, things like that, where we can say to people, come to our winery, and it'll be something different than normal activities. We're looking to have a band outside. We had talked about being able to serve food at those events. We no longer want to do that. But these are 4 events to celebrate the winery, basically, as opposed to the once-a-month events that we are also proposing for smaller, more private events. Those events are reserved, will happen with a capacity of not greater than the interior seating capacity of the tasting room. In some of our discussions previous, we had some comments about what's the difference between the promotional events and the once-a-month events. We toyed with and we presented to the commission a proposal that said hosted by the winery and hosted by others. In order to put more distance between a winery and a banquet facility, which we were hearing is a possibility, we want to get rid of the hosted by others. These would all be hosted by the winery. And we're looking really to have the once-a-month events. Our concept is pursuant to a wine club or other sort of customer appreciation type event. But they would be reserved, they would not be open to the public, and they could have no more people attend than the interior seating of the tasting room. That gives a measurable capacity to the smaller events. Those events may have music, they may not, but again, inside, music may be amplified, outside, shall not be amplified. On the 4 larger events, we're looking to have amplified outside music. That music would end at 9 p.m. and would be subject at all times to the Wallingford noise ordinance. So we're looking at 4 times a year where we may have amplified outside music. The rest, any outside music will not be amplified. We are looking to be able to serve catered food at the smaller events, the reserved events. We were looking to be able to serve food at the larger events. We are no longer looking to do so. We had also talked about fundraising events. We heard this commission's concern about the open-ended nature of that request. We are no longer looking for any special designation for fundraising. If there's any fundraising, it will be done, I suppose, in connection with one of the once-a-month events, or not at all. But we were not looking for any special class now for fundraising events. The last part, and as you may tell, I'm going through my letter to you, was the substantial farming requirement. I think we've already covered that. So that's the nuts and bolts of our present proposal. We think it is a balanced proposal. It is much different than what we first talked about with this commission when we started the workshops a year ago. It is in line with at least our perception of what other wineries in the state are allowed to do. We gave you a comparison spreadsheet of what other wineries do based on our investigation, either by direct conversation with the wineries or perusal of their websites. We're well within that with what other wineries do in the state of Connecticut. We're also, in our estimation, compliant with the Wallingford Plan of Conservation and Development. This is a manner to augment farming, agricultural uses, and preservation of open space. Wineries are a great way to preserve open space. They're fairly low-intensity farming. They allow people to come out and interact with open space, as opposed to a dairy farm or some other farm where the best you can do is drive by. We have people who want to do yoga in the vines. We have families that want to come. It is a very good way to allow open space to be used for a productive commercial purpose and open to the public. I can't think of a better way to comply with the plan of conservation and development than to allow those uses to sustain and flourish in the town. and to allow people to continue to come and have direct interaction with the open space, as opposed to just having it be something they can look at out of the car window as they drive by. That is our proposal. You have reams of paper and documents to read. I'll answer any questions you have.
Good. Commission members with questions, comments for the applicant?
I have one on the food. You say there's no food for the large events, but at the small events you want to have food?
We want to be able to offer or to allow catered food. Not food that we prepare, but to allow a caterer to come in and service those events.
And just, large to me and large to you may be different than small to me and small to you. So, I mean, how's that defined?
I suppose I'm being inartful by saying large and small. I think that was the way we were thinking of it previous. Really what it should be is reserved and unreserved. The reserved events have a capacity equal to or less than the seating capacity of the tasting room. The unreserved events are outside, open to the public, and would be done in the normal course of business for whoever may show up. And we have caps on the attraction of that by way of a thing I forgot to mention, the 100 vehicle trips per hour. That is the upper cap on traffic. But that's the difference between large and small, reserved and unreserved. I suppose I should probably have used reserved events, which are equal to or less than the seating capacity of the tasting room, and unreserved events, which may be more, subject to the traffic caps.
Thank you.
Other commission members? Mr. Matarazzo.
Couple questions. I know in your fax dated April 6, 2016, to Casey Costello, one of the paragraphs here is we do not want to become a banquet facility, and we are not, and do not want to be a bar, restaurant, or cafe. No, we have no aspirations of becoming a concert venue. I don't know the exact definition of a concert venue, but it sounds like that's what you're looking to do 4 times a year with amplified live music. I don't know.
If I can explain my language. That was in response, the use of the term concert venue, banquet hall, wedding facility, all that was in response to many of the letters that you read into the record tonight. It's an explanation of what we do not want to do. We do not want to be a concert facility. We don't want to host big acts and sell tickets and have that become any sort of activity. We want to be able to have a couple of people playing instruments outside during these events. I would not call that a concert. I suppose we could go back and forth about that, but I'd like to focus on what the activity is as opposed to whether we're a concert facility, because we're not charging tickets, we're not booking acts. We want to be able to have live music that may be amplified outside 4 times a year during specified events.
I would just see as, the 4 venues with amplified music outside really has the same effect as a concert venue would. I just see that being a little contradictory to what you're saying you don't want to be and what you're asking to do, at least 4 times a year. Also with the possibility of amplified music playing on the covered porch.
The only music we're looking at for the covered porch is to be able to have ambiance music. The Muzak, the Pandora radio, licensed streaming services. That's all we're looking for on the covered porch. We're not looking to But we're not looking for anything else.
It says, once a month, private reserve customer appreciation events with attendance limited to the seating capacity of this tasting room, catered food and live music that may be amplified when played inside and shall not be amplified if played outside. I don't know how, if you're playing it outside, are you going to have control measures put in place so it doesn't get amplified outside, or versus the inside?
If the band is inside,
Yeah.
if the performer, or if anybody who's got an instrument that may be plugged into a speaker of any nature, that will not be performed outside except for those 4 events.
Okay.
So that's the demarcation. If a musician shows up and is plugged into anything that increases its sound, it's inside. If they show up and they're not plugged into anything, if we get a person to play a guitar that's just the guitar, we want to be able to do that outside. But
And
if
acoustic.
the person is plugged, if that same musician is plugged into a speaker so you hear the acoustic guitar better, then it's inside.
One more question. Referring to, no event can generate more than 100 peak hour vehicle trips without a special permit. Has there been any kind of traffic study done? What are you basing that off? How do you know you'll?
The 100 peak vehicle trips was put in as a discussion between myself and Ms. Costello. We have a traffic study that has been submitted to the town. It was a traffic study from Columbus Day weekend 2 years ago, where at the peak hour, that's one of the peak weekends of the year, that's when the leaves are changing and everybody wants to be out. We did not get to 100 vehicle trips an hour at its most busy. But 100 vehicle trips per hour is a designation that comes out of your zoning regulations as far as traffic generators and the requirements for traffic generators. That's where that number came from.
Do you think that's going to be an accurate number with this application change?
We're saying that we want that number to be our cap. If we go over that, we violated. So that's the number we're proposing to live with.
I don't have anything.
Yep, barring a special permit. And I hope that explains what our concept
No,
is.
thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Matarazzo. Mr. Benoit.
Just a few, Casey, you were going to say something about this? All right. A few questions. You said the study came back that it was under 100 already. Right. Yet we're hearing complaints from the neighbors parking, what I'm hearing, out off of the property. Is there enough parking for all these cars?
I think you're mixing apples and oranges, if I may. First of all, there's no parking off the property. There's never been any parking on the street or anywhere other than on the property. Vehicle trips per hour are coming and going. It is not necessarily 100 people in and 100 people out. It's 100 vehicle trips coming and going per hour. And then there's the parking issue is a site plan issue. If we get through this, and if we get a result that merits going forward as a winery and seeking a site plan change, we will be filing a site plan. We will be updating our site plan to comply with the town. We have not done so pending this regulation change. So the parking issue is phase 2. I don't know if that answers your question.
Not necessarily, but I'll go on to some other ones. With the seating capacity for the tasting room, how many is that based on the fire marshal's calculation?
I think it's 80. I have it in my notes somewhere. It's either 80 or 85.
According to the health department, I believe it's 83.
83, okay.
Between 80 and 85.
Now, the drawings, or I should say pictures that we've seen, have tents on the property. So would those tents be used really for just those 4 events every year, along with that monthly reserve, or? used all the time.
The tents are another site plan issue. There is no tent there now. There was not a tent there last summer. We may be, probably will be, proposing a tent for use during the summer season. That would be used for more than just the special events.
How many people would fit underneath the tent, along with the tasting room?
Well, the tent would have to be a separate service area, permitted and licensed by the state. The tent would be variable in size. Last time the tent was up, I think it was a 15 by 30-foot tent. I'm not exactly sure how many people the fire marshal would say fits under a 15 by 30-foot tent.
Okay.
But that, again, would be a site plan issue.
Okay. That's it for now.
Thank you, Mr. Benoit. Mr. Cohan, any questions for the applicant?
Yes. Actually, I have quite a few questions. So, looking at your revised regulations that you're proposing, you're proposing shall not be on lots less than 10 acres for a farm winery. What's the state requirement?
I believe the state requirement is 10 acres. I'm sorry, I believe the state requirement is 10 acres.
So why would you want to have that in our regulations?
It's in your regulations now.
But, right, you're proposing it really again.
Can I speak to that? I think the reason that it was put in there in the beginning was because the state could choose to modify their requirements, so they could choose to say, okay, we're moving it down to 5 now, but maybe as the town, we would still want to keep it at 10. So it's redundant, but that's why.
And we have no objection to it.
How many acres are there currently under cultivation at Paradise Hills?
Right now, there's 7.
Okay. And, with the 10, okay, I won't pursue that. How do you differ from a bar?
We're not licensed as a bar. We can't sell anything other than wine that's either made on our premises or made in Connecticut. We have a different permit from the state. We are not allowed to do many things that a bar is allowed to do as a liquor permit. We are a tasting room. We are a winery that is uniquely permitted by the state, and we're looking to have limited amenities for a winery, for a tasting room. We are not a bar.
So what kind of state control, state enforcement is there with the winery?
The same sort of enforcement that liquor control has for all of its regulations in the state. Liquor control has a robust enforcement arm. They spend a lot of their time looking for underage drinking. They spend a lot of their time looking at permit compliance questions. And they are active in furthering and regulating farm wineries.
How often do they come out and, visit wineries?
I can't tell you because you don't often know they're there. They will come through and they'll do their reviews, and then if they're doing enforcement activities, unless you're in trouble, you don't know they're there.
So, basically my question relates to, some of the alcohol you are selling. And technically, although grappa, and this was brought up by a young lady at a meeting a couple of meetings ago, the alcohol content in that is quite high. And technically, it does come from grapes, but also technically it's a brandy, it's not a wine. And, this is kind of my line of questioning with the bar. I understand, you're going to produce wine which has 12 to 14% alcohol. Grappa is 30 to 60%. And quite honestly, I don't know what the requirement is. I know what it is for a bar as far as checking the condition of, people at your establishment. A bar can be held, responsible if somebody goes out, is intoxicated, you serve them, and they, happen to, run into somebody. I do have that concern. I don't know what, Paradise Hills does in that regard. There was a recent accident. I don't know if there was, a history of any other accidents, but it is a concern. I am opposed to having grappa as something that, should be served. I'm okay with the wine, of course, but, I think the grappa, you get into, some problems there.
If I may respond?
Sure.
The enforcement, serving people who are under the influence for a winery is the same as any other place where alcohol is served. There's no special classification for that. There is no history of accidents. 5 years of operation, 1 DWI. That is a pretty good record, I believe. grappa is expressly authorized under the state statutes. All we really did was pick up the state statute and put it into this regulation. It is a wine product. It is made under a different process, but it is a wine product. I think I understand your concern, but I think the history of operation of this winery and this tasting room should give you some assurance of the way that it's run. And the production of grappa is just another method of producing wine and wine products.
Quite honestly, I have a few other concerns with alcohol and some of the events that have been held at the winery, and I will get to them eventually. Well, might as well get into the events right now.
Excuse me, could we just pause the public hearing until the fifth voting member returns?
Oh, I didn't realize someone had left. And if you gentlemen continue, I guess, Jeff, you were in the process of asking some questions. If you continue, please, Jeff.
If I may, just so we don't lose this, and I don't have to go back and interrupt you, other than I just did. Mr. Ruggiero just mentioned to me that he would be willing to amend our proposal to provide that any grappa or brandy that would be made would not be sold for consumption on the premises. They would, and we'd have to work out language to do this, they would have to have tastings so you'd know what you were buying, but it would not be sold for consumption in the tasting room.
Okay. So, events, and still there's a lot of discussion on events. You know, you recently had a Easter egg hunt, which I consider an event. And looking through the documentation, I also noticed that you had some type of car event. You know, this goes back several years ago, and it's in the documentation.
No, never happened.
Well, you know, basically you had a bunch of MGs, which, you know, I love MGs, but you had, you know, the MG Club come and look at the cars. You know, I really have an issue with alcohol and, you know, events that really don't go together. You know, cars and alcohol, you know, an Easter egg hunt is a children's event that, you know, alcohol is a part of that. And I know, you know, people drinking home, and, but I really think that sets a negative impact on, you know, the serving of alcohol. And I was really upset that the Easter egg hunt was allowed to continue. And I saw the explanation from the zoning enforcement officer, which I do not agree with. You know, it's not an ancillary function of the winery. And, you know, to me, the issue of events really needs to be spelled out. I'm okay with events as long as they're related to, you know, anniversary, crushing of the grapes, you know, specific events related to the operation of the winery. Anything else, I think, is, you know, inappropriate, you know, again, especially something that puts kids and alcohol together, like that Easter egg hunt. I found that totally inappropriate for, you know, an establishment serving alcohol. You know, I think my fellow commissioners still have some issues on, you know, the number and types of events, and I still think we need to work out that language. Moving a little farther along in the area of events, you know, I still have some questions on what you want to serve. Now, you mentioned cold, prepackaged food. You know, specifically, what do you want to serve? I can understand cheese, but what else do you want to serve?
It would be a cured meat platter, you know, pepperoni, salamis. It's all prepackaged cheese. I mean, quite frankly, we may not even do it. It just seems to be to the point where, in my opinion, what we would be, we'd probably be destroying more than actually is sold.
Yeah, great. That was the answer I was hoping for. Basically, I was looking for, you're not going to sell sandwiches and, you know,
I have
things
no
like that.
intention to do that.
Okay. Yep. You know, and again, you know, with the events, I still have some trouble with the wording of catered food. You know, basically what I heard was, you know, the larger versus smaller events, you know, would have some type of catered food. And again, I think you get into, you know, some type of banquet facility. You know, I'm fine with, you know, folks bringing their own food. You know, if you know, the folks themselves bring in food, I'm fine. But if it's, you know, something supplied by the winery, I think then you get into the, you know, catering business, the banquet type facility.
We're talking very limited, once a month, to either wine club members or special customers, to be able to provide them with some kind of appreciation of their support of the winery. We're talking food pairings, cheese pairings with wine, where you bring in an expert, a chef or something, farm to table type events. We're not talking about banquets every month. We're talking about 12, you know, once a month, putting on something for better, more important clients.
Okay. All right. A few other comments I have. You know, we mentioned tents and, you know, the 100 car per hour limit. You know, I think one of the things we need to add into the regulations, it's 3D, provide a plan acceptable to the Water and Sewer Division. You know, as we mentioned, there's a limit of 83, I guess, for sanitation. And, you know, if you're having tents and, you know, you're going to have to bring in, you know, extra sanitation facilities. And basically, one of my questions to Casey is, you know, you guys are, you know, fairly popular, which is good. You know, when you do exceed that 83 limit, you know, today, you know, or this coming weekend, you know, how do you handle those sanitary requirements? I mean, you know, once you go over 83, you're out of compliance.
You want me to speak to that a little bit? At least from, there's a memo you have from the health department, the requirement for bathrooms that they have right now was based on the seating capacity, as you indicated, in the existing building. And if they were to sort of enhance their activities when they come in for a new site plan approval, it's my understanding from the health department that they would reevaluate what their sanitation requirements are. But I don't know what they do right now, or I don't want to speak to it.
Okay, yeah, it's something we need to work on, I think. And then my last comment, I want to make sure I have all my comments, I guess is really the big one, if these haven't been big ones already. You know, you exist in a residential area. Your neighbors are, you know, 20 feet away. And, you know, I think there really needs to be a trade-off between, you know, your business and the neighbors. The neighbors, in my opinion, have made tremendous trade-offs to allow your business. I'm not in favor of any outside music. You know, whatever you want to do inside, you know, is fine with me. You want to have amplified music, you know, that's fine. But when you go outside on a, you know, even if it's unamplified, you know, somebody, you know, can hear it based on the wind blowing. You know, somebody may not like, you know, the guitarist you've brought in, and I think it does disrupt the, you know, residential neighborhood there. And absolutely no amplified outside music. You know, again, I think there needs to be some, you know, give and take on this issue because, you know, I think the neighbors have put up with a lot, and I think this is one small, you know, condition you should be able to live with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohan.
Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
Do we get to respond? I don't know if those are questions or comments.
Oh, sure, if you'd like to respond, I have some questions for you, but so
If we
you'd
can,
like
so we
to,
don't.
well, let's
don't lose-
let's kind of stay in line here, so please, you can certainly respond.
The Easter egg hunt was not a wine event. That was a children's event. So it wasn't wine.
Was the winery open? Were you selling?
It was done in the morning before business hours of the winery. So it was, at least my understanding was it was done then. So it was, we consulted with the town. We consulted whether or not it would be allowed under the regulations. And it was for children to look for Easter eggs within the vines. I mean, so if you're looking for events that pair alcohol and children, I don't think that was one of them. And I don't think there are any. The events that you raised before, the cars and some of the other events you alluded to, the car event never happened. Further, it was supposed to be a display of antique cars as a fundraiser. It never occurred. And furthermore, that was before we were served with a cease and desist. And nothing like that has happened since. That's why we're here. Now, the events that we're proposing now are, I hope, substantially different than the events you were recalling and reacting to. We're looking for the 12 once-a-month reserved events for wine club special customers. We're looking for 4 times a year to have an open event that's unreserved. We put caps and regulations on all of that. We are looking to have outside music 4 times a year that's amplified. I agree with some of your concerns about trade-offs with the neighbors. I understand that. We have reduced our request tremendously because of that, because of those trade-offs. But our neighbors have the ability to have outside sound. And they do have outside sound. We are looking to have that same sort of outside sound 4 times a year to be stopped at 9 o'clock p.m. That, in my estimation, for what that's worth, is a trade-off and is not too much of an imposition on neighbors. The plan acceptable to health and sewer? Absolutely. We agree with that. We're subject to that. We agree with that. The sewage issues and similar are site plan issues that we're going to have to satisfy the whole raft of regulations in the town. We are aware that we live in a residential area. We are aware that we have certain of our neighbors who are not all that happy with the existence of the winery in a residential area, and we are trying to present, and I hope we have presented, a fair and balanced proposal to effectuate the kind of trade-off that you're concerned about. I don't know if I hit all of your comments or questions.
So, yeah, I think so, but I'm going to respond back if I may, Mr. Chairman. So, the Easter egg hunt, I'm not sure what the hours were. That may have been before the, opening of the winery. What was the difference in the end of the Easter egg hunt and the opening of the winery? Because basically, I'm willing to bet a lot of folks stuck around to have a glass of wine, and I think, quite frankly, that was the intent of the Easter egg hunt, is to get people there, have a glass of wine after the Easter egg hunt was over. So even though, it may not have coincided with the winery being open, the letter of the law, I think, is still pointing to alcohol in kids. And I don't know if you went through or even received all the materials from the residents. And, again, I don't want to mince semantics with events, but I can look through this and there's a photograph of, the MG event there. Now, there may have been, club members that happen to come at the same time, and there's nothing anybody could do to, prevent that from happening.
That's exactly what happens.
Yes.
A club will come.
Sure.
And, we happen to have an MG on the site, and we park our MG next to the others.
Right.
If we keep it in the garage, we could do that too.
So
as far as the Easter egg hunt, if you want us to cancel the Easter egg hunt for now on, we could do that. It's not a big deal here. And I think if you ever talked to anyone who attended, I think they would certainly give you a much different impression than what you're saying happened. But, you want
Maybe.
us not to do Easter egg
Maybe.
hunt anymore,
Yeah.
that's fine. Because the
Well,
cost of
I'm
Easter
just
egg...
one person saying, again, I didn't think it was an event that, should have been allowed in the first place, with the regulations, but, basically my point with the events is, like I said, I'm okay with the events. I just want them to be related to your winery. And, you know, again, a car show has nothing to do with, you know, producing wine. You know, and basically there was another event in there, a cigar thing, where cigars and wine go together, and I thought about that for a long time, and, you know, I'd probably be okay with a cigar and wine, you know, type event. So really, that was the point of my statement. And if I might, Mr. Chairman, I did miss one thing I wanted to talk about. And that's the unloading of the bus. It's 3F. No parking or loading area shall be within 100 feet of a property boundary. You know, how are you going to ensure that? Are you going to, you know, if a bus comes in, are you going to make sure ahead of time they come onto your property and they don't offload in the, you know, cul-de-sac? How are you going to enforce that?
None of our parking facilities are anywhere near the cul-de-sac, the street. They're well into the property. If we do provide a revised plan, parking will be one of the issues, and we will have separate areas worked out for buses, certainly nowhere near property lines.
So you've never had a bus unload in the street?
Not that I'm aware of. Okay. They have one hell of a hike if they do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohan. I just have a few questions. I think most of the commission members kind of touched on the things that I have, but the first thing I'd like to say is certainly where we were probably a year ago in what was being proposed to us a year ago and what you're proposing now is, you know, significantly different. And from my perspective, I appreciate that. I think that you've certainly listened to comments that were made by the commission, by the public. I'm not saying I agree with everything that's in here, but clearly where we were a year ago versus what you're proposing today is a notable change, and I just wanted to recognize that. Some of the issues, I guess I'll go back to Mr. Benoit asked about the tent, and you said, well, that was just an additional service area. Explain service area, if you would, please.
No, I was trying to make the point that it was not an additional permitted service area. That's a liquor control concept. Liquor control will license the areas where we can actually serve alcohol. The tasting room is a licensed service area. If we want to have another licensed service area, we have to not only file the site plan here, we have to get approval from liquor control. Let's say I want to put a service table so people don't have to go into the tasting room. I'll put it out on the lawn. I can't do that without liquor control permit and without a site plan approval from this commission.
Okay. But that's, again, I just wanted to be clear, because I thought that's what you meant when a service area, as far as that's where you would be able to serve the alcohol, not where people would just be able to consume it, but in fact where you would be serving the alcohol from, much like you're serving in the tasting room, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the reserved events, the once a month reserved events, again, that food that you're proposing, it would be catered food, that is simply going to be served inside. So any food that is catered, that is provided by you, all of that food would be prepared, it would be served inside. It may be prepared, I guess it could be prepared off-site and brought in and then served, but that would be only served inside. There wouldn't be any going outside or anything like that. It's simply the event is held inside and it's being served inside.
Correct.
Correct? I know there's been other commission members that have, that have talked about the music and amplified music and that. My position on the music really has not changed from earlier times, earlier meetings that we've had. Your amplified music inside, I don't have an issue with that. It's the outside music, outside amplified music, whether it be for, your four, if we go forward with 4 events, your unreserved events. To me, any music outside would be unamplified music. That would simply be, my position on that. I know we talked about issues with buses and parking on buses, and Mr. Cohan, question was, well, what about the buses and parking and drop-off? Candidly, from my standpoint, I'm not interested, or I would not be in favor of having buses. I know you'd like to have tours coming, various wine tours, that's fine, but having buses come in there or come out to any of the other wineries that we may have in town, that's something that I would, would have an issue with. And again, Mr. Cohan had mentioned that, it is a residential neighborhood, and some of our other wineries are in residential neighborhoods, and probably any future ones would be. And in this particular case, we're looking to, expand some of the uses that would be allowed is what you're looking for. And again, when it comes to some trade-offs, when I'm looking at the hours of operation, you're looking at 11, 7 days a week, 11 to 9 o'clock. In my mind, I think it's more appropriate that, on a Sunday, the operations are 11 to 6, and on the other 6 days a week, more from an 11 to 8 o'clock. So it gives some, a little bit of a respite to the, to the neighbors that are there.
Can I just say something about
Absolutely.
the buses?
Sure.
There's buses and buses. I mean, a lot of groups, a lot of companies will come with a smaller, I'd say 25 to 30 passenger bus. Probably every 2 weeks, a group called Connecticut Vines to Wine will come with this small 30 passenger bus and just bring customers in. That's a lot different than a 60-passenger coach. Sure. Can I say 60-passenger coaches don't come? I can't say that. But I will tell you that's not on a regular basis. Those large buses, and often they're showing up without even us knowing. And so a bus pulls in, what am I going to do? Turn around and ask them to leave? I mean, we could do that, but it certainly wouldn't be giving, I think, a very hospitable attitude toward, and trust me, if I have to do that, I will, but I'll be saying it's from the town of Wallingford's direction.
No, I appreciate that, but I guess one of the things that you could perhaps just put on your website is just as far as, announcing as far as buses, and you're not encouraging your buses or, large buses are not allowed. I think that's one way to approach that, if that's something that the commission would, would decide is appropriate. I would think that would be one way to address it. In Casey, there was one item in the regulation that dealt with, just with the parking, and I know there was, not the parking, but the paving, and there was some comments from the Water and Sewer Department. Would you please just comment on that, please?
Yes, it's proposed item 4.2E3B, shall provide parking as section 6.11. The proposed additional language is the commission may provide for the use of pervious cover materials in connection with any parking plan. And then it goes on to the existing reg about landscaping. The Water and Sewer Division, both of the existing wineries are in our watershed, and they are not supportive of allowing any pervious cover material at all when on a winery that's located within the watershed.
Okay. So that was something, so based on at least the recommendations from the Water and Sewer Division, what's being proposed would not be consistent with that. Is that fair to say?
Right. They would propose essentially the opposite of that.
Okay. Okay.
If I may respond
Absolutely.
to, in our proposal, we provided that this commission may require the use of pervious materials. We did not, it was my thought, I did not want to impose or restrict this commission's response to a request for pervious versus impervious materials. We'd have to comply with water and sewer, but I imagine that this commission would want the may to allow the commission to do what it wanted to do as opposed to the shall. That was the thought process behind may use pervious materials as opposed to shall. It was really just to allow the commission more freedom to approve a site plan or not approve a site plan or condition a site plan.
I appreciate that, but it just, again, it seems to be inconsistent with, at least with our water and sewer department is, has indicated.
But that certainly isn't a deal breaker for us.
I would suspect it would not be. Casey, any comments on the application before I go out to the public?
Just a couple. I've been sort of taking notes as we go along also, and so some of the things have been addressed. Sort of an administrative issue. The traffic study that was submitted to the town, do you recall when that was submitted to the town? Was that during the workshops?
It would have been during a meeting that you and I had.
Because I don't recall having a copy of that.
I would have to go back and look. I remember discussing it with you and discussing the table of trips coming and going.
Okay, so if I could just have a copy.
We will submit a copy of it.
Okay, thank you. And then the other couple of things I wanted to talk about, just with the commission in general, in terms of the vehicle trip conversation, because I do think that there is some tie-in between what the proposed language and traffic generation and parking, even though they're separate issues to be addressed to some degree. I think from your standpoint, they do kind of tie in together because presumably when you allow more, marketing events or things of that nature, it's designed to encourage attendance and it's going to potentially generate more traffic. So that would impact so I think that the language does impact both potentially impact both the traffic and the parking. I think they certainly have plenty of room on their property to address the parking requirements, but I do think that's kind of how that all ties in together. And 100 vehicle trips, that's per hour, so that would be 50 cars in and 50 cars out per hour, or some kind of combination that adds up to 100, as you know. So that could be well over, say, the 83 people that are allowed in, to fit the seating capacity. Presumably, some people are riding together, some people are staying more than an hour. But one option that would be available to you is that we could look at asking for additional traffic counts, over the course of the approval. The other thing, which is a technical issue, you have a letter dated today from Mike Glidden regarding a potential second technical issue, and it was about the COG notification, and I just want to have it stated on the record that we did notify COG, and you have a response for this one from COG in your attachment, so that should not be an issue. And I guess the last thing, a couple other things. To one of the commissioner's comments, the outdoor porch area. There's one part in the language that refers to the music that would be live music, the commercially licensed background music in the tasting room, and on any adjacent covered porch. And then the next, and some other language talks about outside versus inside. So we are not counting the porch as outside. Are we counting the porch as outside? Is that your proposal or not? I'll tell you, I believe that it's outside. That if you don't have walls, you're not inside. But I don't want this to become an issue later.
We would like to be able to play the background music on the porch.
Yeah, no, I understand that. So
So,
you want to be able to
but
have.
nothing else, no other, no.
Okay, so when it says live music, I'm looking at 4.2, it's letter K, it's the music section. Number 2, Roman numeral 2, live music may be amplified or unamplified when inside, and except as provided above, shall not be amplified when performed outside. So you are proposing, so live music would not be on the porch?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. One suggested addition is in the events and promotions section where, no, I'm sorry, in the beginning section where you talk about the sale of souvenirs, oh, it's letter I. Souvenirs and winery-related items, such sale shall not exceed lesser of 10% of the gross floor area of the winery. Oh, so you do have the lesser in there. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then in general, just a couple things. As the commission is aware, you know, we've been talking about this for quite a while, and I do think that this experience shows that it would behoove us to have some clarity in the regulations. You know, whether you agree with the specifics of the applicant's proposal or not. You know, just the difference about the Easter egg hunt. I mean, that's why we need clear language in here so that everybody's on the same page. And I do appreciate, you know, the applicant's efforts toward that end. So I think whether the commission is inclined to approve this language, and I know there are people that certainly don't agree with it. I think the concept of, I do think the regulation should be modified, and I do think there are things in here that are being proposed that should have been in the regulation the first time around, but we just didn't anticipate what it would look like, so that they serve as a benefit to the town. So I don't think we should just throw, you know, I don't think it necessarily has to be an all or nothing, that you should necessarily throw out the whole regulation and do nothing, but obviously you may not want to do everything that's proposed. And the last thing that I would mention is the options sort of in front of you. There is also the option, and I think this is not the direction that everyone's chosen to go in, but of providing some of these things as special permit uses, which would make them site-specific. And that's all I have.
That's it?
Yep.
Okay, before I go out to the public, any last comments from commission members? Yes, Mr. Zabrowski.
Yeah, how many acres did you say you had? 7?
Under cultivation, 7. 7 acres of grapes being grown right now.
And Casey, what was the minimum, 10 by the statute?
The minimum, the local regulation and the state statute, or at least the local regulation, has a minimum total land requirement of 10 acres. Then there's a separate requirement for the amount of grapes that are under cultivation.
We're proposing 5, and that comes from the State Winery Association. The state statutes do not have a minimum of acres under cultivation. They have a minimum of the 25% grown either on-site or elsewhere in the state of Connecticut. So we're proposing that in order to qualify as a winery, you have to own at least 10 acres of land, and you have to have at least 5 acres under cultivation.
Well, do Do you have 10 acres?
Oh, we have
that are-
more, yes, much more than 10 acres.
But I mean, there's residents on that 10 acres, a couple houses, those are a couple acres. How much land do you have there?
The farm is 65 acres.
And 7 acres of that is currently being cultivated as grapes.
We've been planting every year and rather intensely these past 2 years. And I could say that we will continue planting in the future. It'll be a little bit slower since we'll start going into wooded areas.
Thank you.
Any other commission members? All right, this is a public hearing. Certainly, any member of the public is welcome to speak. I just will say one thing. Judging from the past meetings that we've had on this application, certainly some of the discussion has been rather spirited. I would just ask everybody to respect one another's opinion. When a speaker gets done, I don't anticipate any clapping, cheering, hissing, or booing. And when people are speaking, again, be, I think, very respectful to them. If people feel they can't do this, I'd suggest this isn't the place for them. So with that, I'll entertain our first speaker. Name and address and your comments, please.
My name's Eric Herbst. I live in 910 East Broadway in Milford, Connecticut, but I'm a property owner here in town. I'd like to say a few things. The first thing I'd like to say is I'm a musician, as a lot of you know, and I can't do my job without amplified music. I would like to suggest that you try one night holding this meeting without having microphones to speak into, because it's not a matter of being loud. It's a matter of letting the sound get to a person's ear so they can hear you without it having to be loud. It's a convenience that you rely on in every single meeting. When somebody speaks back from the microphone, you ask them, will you please step up to the microphone so we can hear you, okay? It doesn't mean that the neighbors down the street now are going to complain that I'm speaking at this volume, okay? So I'd like to point out that if I play a song on this right now, that's amplified music. All right, so the term amplified music, that I've heard several different people try to qualify certain issues like how many cars, how much food, what type of thing is it going to be that we're going to serve, but you're not qualifying amplified music. The law already does and says that decibel levels at the property line have to be a certain volume, and if they're above that volume, they're in violation of the law, okay? So the fact that my phone is amplified, it rings, that is and if I've got a song that plays and my phone rings, technically they will be in violation of having amplified music played outside of their facility. Okay, so then I would like to point out to the gentleman, you work on the Planning and Zoning Commission. They own 65 acres, and you said, and no one questioned you, and I can't believe that wasn't questioned, the neighbors are 20 feet from where they want to have music. That's absolutely untrue. I don't know if you've been to the facility, but it's well within 1,500 to 1,000 feet to the nearest home. The second home is probably 2,500 feet. I'm sure someone here could actually qualify the distance, but 20 feet was an absolute misrepresentation. I'm also personally offended by the implication that they somehow were having everybody get liquored up and having kids do an Easter egg hunt when clearly it was before hours. Maybe that's some violation of the zoning committee to have an Easter egg hunt on your own property, but the implication that they were drinking and whooping it up, or that they had a glass of wine afterwards before they left. I can go to any restaurant in this town right now with my kids, sit down and buy them a soda, and I can have a beer. So for somebody to have a glass of wine after a family event like an Easter egg hunt is not a crime. Furthermore, tents in the summertime are for shade and rain. Shade and rain. When I take my 85-year-old mother to the winery, she cannot sit in the direct sun. She welcomed the fact they had a tent. I've been there when a passing shower went by. It's nice to not have your party and your food and your wine get wet because there's a tent. With the legal issue of that aside, tents, there is no problem with tents. Tents don't disturb the neighbors as far as I can tell. All right, if someone doesn't like music, because I heard the comment that the music might offend someone. Gentlemen, this is the United States of America, and we have the right to free speech, and music is speech. If money in political elections is speech, God damn it, music is speech. All right? We have the right to free speech. These people have the right to have music on their property, as long as it's not violating the law, which is what the decibel level is at the property line. That is the law. You are, as far as I know, this body cannot write new law. I could be wrong. Okay. As far as it being a concert venue, we had the discussion the last time I was here. Paradise Hills is not the Oakdale. The Oakdale is a concert venue that sells tickets every performance they have. They don't give away free concerts to sell wine 4 times a year. They hold concerts as many nights a year as they can, selling the tickets and then selling beer and wine. And the noise outside of the Oakdale, I love the Oakdale, I played at the Oakdale, is nothing like it is on Paradise Hills. Again, if I play my acoustic guitar and the neighbors can hear it at a decibel level 20 feet from the property line, or whatever the law is, that's the law. The issue with buses, as far as I can tell, a 60-foot bus is a problem, okay, or 60-person bus is a problem. The capacity of the room is 83. So 60 people come in, nobody else comes in. What's wrong with the bus? I don't understand that. I've been there when I've seen small buses come in and about 10 people walk off of them. They're not planned. They come in. I've been there many times. It's a surprise to see them come in. They have the right under the U.S. Constitution to gather. The people who decide to show up with similar cars because that's what they like. They go for a motorcycle ride or a bike ride or whatever they want to do. They have the right to gather. You're going to ask a business owner to say, I'm sorry, sir, but here in the town of Wallingford, Connecticut, you're not allowed to come to our property with more than 3 cars that look the same because it might be a car show. I am very upset about this whole thing. I apologize if it's showing. I'm sure it is. All right, though, I only have maybe one more thing to say. I just have to find it. Okay, the other thing about the buses is it was absurd to assume that the bus would drop off in the circle. It's a 1,500 to 2,000 foot march. Again, we should have that documented. You should put that down as to what these distances are, because there's no one who's going to say, I'm a bus operator. I have 20 passengers. Hey guys, will you walk 2,000 feet because I don't want to pull in on the gravel driveway that I'm allowed to pull in on? And once again, you have had neighbors, I heard them myself the last time I was here, say there have been cars parked on the street. Again, the facility has a 2,000-foot, 1,500-foot driveway. I've never seen, in the hundreds of times I've been there, never seen a single car parked anywhere but on their property. Usually it's up close to the facility, again, because people are lazy and they want the convenience of getting out of their car and walking to the event. Now, the last issue with buses was, you say DUI is an issue. Buses is an excellent solution to that issue. You say traffic is an issue. Buses reduce traffic. So you've got some issues that you need to resolve, but one thing you should do is you should allow this good American family to operate the business like every other business in the state operates, and be reasonable about it. I want to commend you, gentlemen. I'm picking on you a little bit. I want to commend you on the first few people that came in here. You gave them, I don't remember the legal term, but you said basically you didn't want to make them have a site survey because you didn't want to put undue burden on them. All right? Ronald Reagan said the government is the problem, and not business is the problem, government's the problem. And I think that you guys are overreaching and you're being too difficult on a good, solid, community-based business that wants to have an Easter egg hunt once in a while. Thank you.
Good enough. Thank you,
everyone.
sir. Other members from the public? I'll go with this individual right here, and then you'll be next, sir.
Hi, okay. Dave Fita, 1308 Scarred Road. Good evening, gentlemen. You've certainly shown a lot of concern for the rights of a few of the property owners who have complained about the activities at Paradise Hill. Your duty is to weigh both sides of any argument, as well as look at the future and how the decisions made here tonight will impact the town of Wallingford in perpetuity. Our system of government does not disparage the rights of its citizens, but sometimes they converge. Sometimes there's a conflict. And when that is the case, the rights of the many have outweighed the rights of the few. That's the legal precedent. It's time to finally make a decision, or hopefully we'll get there, about the future. And you're faced with a few dissenters who have given statements to the effect of increased traffic, excessive noise, declining property values. There is a lot of disingenuous disinformation that's being put forth in this hall. And you, sir, I feel sorry for you. You should have seen bright red when you were, well, never mind, I won't even get there.
Let's not keep the...
I know, I'm sorry. All I want to say is, for instance, and I'm not, and I don't mean to call anyone out here specifically, but there was a gentleman who showed pictures at Gouveia of hundreds of cars at the last meeting. What he failed to disclose was those pictures were taken on the 2 busiest days of the year. There's also claims of lawless activity that have been made, yet there have been no police reports. There have been, and matter of fact, what you do have is actually more testimony from neighbors and, as a matter of fact, the state police, which contradict all of this negative testimony that you've heard. And I cite Special Agent Vaughn's report. Special Agent Vaughn, for those of you who might not know, did an undercover 1-year-long investigation of Paradise. The police department furnished Special Agent, this is right from her report. The police department furnished Special Agent Vaughn with five police report calls for service at the winery. However, none of the reports related to the conduct of the winery itself. There is no disciplinary history with the department for permits for the permit premises, and Special Agent Vaughn found nothing questionable about the renewal of the permit. Remonstrants expressed concerns about noise emanating from the premises, safety and traffic on their residential street. During her time of surveillance, music was being played. However, Special Agent Vaughn did not hear it from her vantage point at the entrance of the winery's driveway near the remonstrant's residence. The respondents had a sound level conducted by a doctor of audiology on September 9, 2013. The consultant's findings were that the readings obtained were in compliance with Wallingford's noise ordinance. Remonstrants were specifically concerned with the offering of music and other forms of entertainment and food, and that would draw larger crowds to the winery, which would result in increased traffic on their residential street. Special Agent Vaughn did not note any excessive traffic during her visits. Substantial evidence was not presented, which would deny them to not renew the application for the winery. The point being, we have a lot of opinion, and we have a lot of people who are very upset about this. Good people who live in the area, and they see it their way. However, the actual truth and the evidence and the documentation does not speak to that. All right, I won't get into that. Let's talk about property values, because I have more on Special Agent Vaughn, too. Concerns over property values. Let's just jump right to this. That property values would decrease. However, a very, very easy check of property values on Zillow show an increase in property values since the winery began operations in May of 2011. For example, my house on Scarred Road has gone up 1%. The Makepeace property on Washington Trail has gone up 5%. And the value of the Jones house, located at 8 Windswept Hill, has increased 8%, all this while, property values in the town of Wallingford as a whole dropped 1% during that same time frame. As a matter of fact, one person who is a dissenter and would like to see the winery activities curtailed actually is using the fact that they are next to the winery in their advertisement on Zillow. 9 Windswept Hill, real estate advertisement quote, "Be the neighbor to Paradise Vineyard, beautiful location, peaceful." That's right on the internet, using that person's own testimony. Now listen, very, very briefly, because it's been a long night. I want to talk just a second about the 9th Amendment of the Constitution. The enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Basically, what this says is that the government cannot tell people what they can do. The government can only tell people what they can't do. So if, according to the 9th Amendment, it doesn't say that they can't have a catered event, then they can have a catered event. That's what our country is built upon. So traffic, I'm just going to sum it up, because I'll get out of here. I know you guys had a long night, so have we all. Traffic, there's been a lot of complaints about excessive traffic, but there's no documentation to show any of it. Noise, amplified music, sometimes it's fingernails on a blackboard to me as an electronics instructor and also a musical person. To hear the misconceptions about amplified music, I think the musician who just spoke kind of says it all. Please, if you're going to make decisions about amplified music, consult someone who knows what they're talking about. Declining property values, all bogus, right off the internet. And the only last thing that I will say in conclusion is this is the street, Washington Trail, where George Washington in 1775 went after we got our butts handed to us at Bunker Hill, and what he had to do and fight for, and what we're doing here today, fighting for the right for a vineyard to be able to have a catered event is heartbreaking as an American. Gentlemen, thank you for your attention to this matter, and God bless.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Gentleman over here, name and address, please.
My name is Mike Luzzy, and fortunately I live in Hamden, so whether you want to listen to me or not, but I just want to point out that one of the commissioners mentioned about car shows and the Easter egg hunt, how inappropriate it was. Last year, I don't know if a lot of you probably got in touch with a family member having cancer, and they have benefits. Well, I'm pretty active in car shows, and we decided to have a car show, and we wanted to use Paradise Hills, and a cease and desist was put on it, and it was to raise money for Smile Oak Cancer Center. Come on, guys, in the town. I know there's other venues in the town. Another winery has a lot of benefits, no problem, but you cancel something like this. Again, I hope cancer never touches your family, because you'll know what it's all about. Thank you.
Sir, I'm very well aware of cancer. Any other members
And I
of
am
the
as
public?
well.
Any members of the public that would like to speak on the application? Yes. First wife died of leukemia. I don't need it.
Morgenstein, South Main Street.
Could you please just pull it just a little bit
Yeah,
closer to you, if you
something-
would, please?
Okay, there. Gina
Thank you.
Morgenstein, South Main Street. Things got a little too personal there. I have some idea as you're talking about bus, and there may well be regs already on the books for certain streets. It seems to me, as the other gentleman said, that coming as a group, going in a party bus when you're going somewhere that you intend to drink, I mean, if you're in California, people do go in a little party bus, but it's a small one. And I don't know whether you have the power per se to regulate what size of vehicle arrives there, but I think the attorney and you have been very professional and appropriate with each other, and we're slowly whittling things down to try to meet both the public and the business owner. And a small party bus, there must be different dimensions of them. And I would think that a rural street, a dead-end street in Wallingford may actually or could have regulations such as another dead-end rural street in Wallingford could have a regulation that a full-size bus that has 65 people on it would not be appropriate on that street. And that if a bus driver were given a job to drive to that street in Wallingford, he would arrive at some place before that small street knowing he can't go there. So the onus is not per se on the owner, although the website could say, we love to keep you safe and we love to see you arrive in groups. You're both ecological and safe in your enjoyment of our product, and you're welcome at X, whether it's a vehicle weight or a party size. And yes, there may well be someone that turns up that isn't exactly within that, just as there may be a day where the vehicle number isn't perfect. This is a workshop to try to get general regulations and good thoughts together. And again, Wallingford is not the enemy here, nor is music the enemy. But people had problems with this, and let's not forget there's a second vineyard that has been impacted by this. The second vineyard wants to do their business as well and has had to put things on hold. So the sooner we wrap this up, the better it is for everybody, but you guys obviously have a whole lot of things to go through, and being fair on both sides is well known for what you guys do. Thank you.
Other members of the public? It's this gentleman here, and then you'll be next.
My name is Vin Capasso. I live at 28 Cook Road. I think that the town went through this exercise already, and I think they did a well job in the first time around. Living in this part of Wallingford is basically we're on the edge, meaning that if we don't honor the original plan that was set for the wineries, it would impact, it would forego to other wineries and follow the footsteps of this preliminary hearing. So with that said, is that if we don't follow the rules as they are in place, it would trickle effect and put us in the reverse effect as our property value would drastically drop. Unlike that gentleman first stated, I disagree with that. My opinion is that once you start this process where you extend the winery to foods and other activity, it's not a winery any longer, and it will affect our area drastically. Right now, our value is very high at where we live because of the wineries too. I will not say it was a direct effect, which is good. But with that said, any further ado would reverse our property value and have a detrimental effect to our area. So I want the planning zoning to really consider the effect it would have on not just the neighbors, the entire area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll have this lady, and then I believe there's another woman over here that would like to speak. So you'll be our next speaker, and this lady to my right will be our next speaker after you.
My name is Lisbeth Steen Hackett. I live on 3 Windswept Hill Road. I am the closest neighbor, as I've said at prior meetings, to Paradise Hills. And as I've heard people talking, new things have come up in my head that I wanted to talk about, but I will be very brief tonight. I am not concerned about my property value because I live close to this wonderful vineyard. As a matter of fact, I think my value of the house is going to go up. I'm not worried that because they might have an event that they will bring in a gourmet chef that will then cook a meal with appropriate wine to go with it, that's not going to affect, that's going to affect my property value to the way that all of a sudden I can't sell my house. The opposite. That's very exquisite to be next to a place like that. Anyway, as far as the music, that's what really, really bothers me. I can't believe that there are people and in the committee that will be opposed to 4 events a year with so-called amplified music. We never, and I'm not saying that just to be on their side, this is the truth. We never have a problem, we never had when they did have amplified music out in the backyard. We barely heard it. And if anyone would have heard the music, it's us. Our house is right behind their own home. We are not 20 feet from this venue. We are many, many more feet. Now, when the leaves are down, we can see it, but not when the leaves and everything is up. We are far away. So number one, I really, from the bottom of my heart, I hope that you consider these 4 events, number one, and that you let them have the amplified music. They're not going to have rap or heavy metal. They'll have sophisticated musicians. I hope you come to the event and enjoy it, because I'm sure you will like it. And I hope to live here for a long time. And when the day comes for me to sell the house, I will do exactly the same thing as, I think it was number 9 Windswept Hill Road. On my flyer on the website, I will also say what a wonderful, peaceful neighborhood right next to a winery that you can sit and enjoy. I was glad to see that they put that on the website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, this lady over here to my right.
Vivian Jones, 8 Windswept Hill.
Mrs. Jones, again, the microphone, please pull it closer to yourself, if you would, please.
Vivian Jones, 8 Windswept Hill Road. I can address some of the questions that came up before if you'd like. One thing I wanted to be clear on is from 2013, there's continuous comments by Mr. Ruggiero that they try to be sensitive to the neighbors, but I would also like to point out that Paradise Hills was here first. Windswept Hill Road is a newer development. These individuals purchased their properties fully aware of the existence of a vineyard and winery, which is not true. We didn't even know that property was for sale when we purchased our property. And it didn't turn into a winery until quite some time, over a decade later. I just wanted to get that out. Extension of use came up. You were questioning about the porch and where the wine would be served. And I got that from the state, the liquor commissioner. And they said an extension of use permit would allow Paradise Hills patrons to consume wine, of course, inside, and outside on the winery, under the covered porch. And adjacent patio deck, which original plan had a patio in the back, which never got built. So now it would just be on that porch. They're allowed to picnic in the yard, but there wasn't supposed to be liquor at the time in the side yard grassway where all the tables are. They did get a additional consumer bar permit, and that consumer bar is on the porch, the attached porch, and that is supposed to be brought inside when not in use, but can be used as an additional tasting area on the porch. And I have pictures of the porch if any of you were wondering what it looked like, if you would care for that. Mike, I have a question for you that maybe you can help me with. Mr. Succi was on vacation, so I didn't get to ask him this, the commissioner. On all the paperwork for the winery, it clearly says if the access to the extension is through a bar room, so you have the winery proper inside, and then the porch, there's a door to the inside the winery. If there's a door connecting that porch to the winery proper, that makes that porch now a bar. And then when they use the consumer bar and they pull it out into the yard, that then makes the yard a bar, which means if alcoholic beverages are to be made from additional consumer bar located in an extension area is considered a bar room, no minors allowed. So there's no minors allowed inside, no minors on the porch, and no minors in the yard. No deviations from the plan shown on this form are allowed without written approval from this department. And as far as I know, that was this is current ruling. I also had a question of when we're talking about the noise or whatever, if it's traffic, whether it's voices, even unamplified voices, unamplified drums, saxes, anything. I mean, they all could be noise. Are we talking the boundary at Windswept Hill Road of 12 and 15 at the road? Or are we talking of the winery boundary, their property use for the winery? Because it's in the middle of that property. It's much further in. So are we gauging by sound or noise that comes off, like where my property abuts theirs, our trees are, together? Are we doing that boundary, or are we doing the boundary that's further in on the extension of use boundary for the winery? You see, it used to be just in here where the winery proper is, and they went across. Now they got this whole area. So I'm curious.
Sure, Casey, it's the property line, is that correct? It's the property line.
Okay, because they have three different definitions for me.
But there's only one property line, though.
Okay, because they tell me there's two separate, there's a 12, there's a 15, and then the 15, that's the winery, is its own little.
No, I understand, but it's the property.
So that's what-
It's
so it is
the
the property line of the street.
property line
Correct.
or the property that we're
Thank
talking
you.
about.
If you're the impacted property, then it's from your property, it's
Okay.
from anywhere on their boundary, basically.
Okay. And I just wanted to go on some of these comments on, there's a February 2nd, 2016, to Casey Costello from Mr. Mara. He's stating in here that farm wineries can only sell their wine at the winery, which isn't true. There's trade shows, there's farm markets, there's fairs. They've been at the Durham Fair. They're all the different fairs. They go to trade shows all over the country, probably out of the country too. So that's not actually true. Every winery in the state of Connecticut, except for Wallingford, is allowed to play some music in one form or another. And the overwhelming majority of the state wineries regularly provide amplified music. He also says every winery in the state, except for Wallingford, is allowed to provide food of some sort. Also, every winery in the state of Connecticut, except for Wallingford, is allowed to host some sort of events or activities. That's not true. None of that is true. I have been in direct communication with just about every winery in Connecticut. I mean, I just have my brief list here, but I have a whole packet if you were interested. I didn't bring it because I didn't know if it mattered. I've spoken with each winery owner or operator. I've spoken with the town planner or zoning enforcement officer, whichever they happen to have. Some of the towns have a selectman, and he does everything. So I've talked to all of them back and forth. We've had plenty of communication. And they've also forwarded all their winery application regulations to me. There have also been some towns that I contacted by mistake, and they said that they asked if they could call me back and pick my brain because it was becoming an issue with their town, some people were asking, and they wanted to know how it was going. And I said, we might hold off on that. But there also are at least two others that I know of as of about a month ago. I haven't been able to look any further lately, that are pretty much in the same position we're in right now, where a winery, the people own plenty of property, and they opened a winery, and there was residential houses all around them and across the street.
Yeah, Mrs. John, I don't mean to interrupt you, but if you could speak more toward your specific concerns with the regulations
well,
and what your concerns are with that. I would appreciate that. Yes, I appreciate that.
We're not the only ones.
I'm sure we're not.
On this proposal that I didn't get much of a chance to go through, I had it Friday. he wants to continue to be a good member of the neighborhood. Accessory activities, retail sales, they know the state is expanding this. It says by glass or bottle between 11 and 9, and I'm sure they already know the state is expanding these hours, so that's not really a helpful thing for us. Bulk sales allowed as defined by Connecticut statutes. I read one of Casey's notes and it said that that wouldn't really impact anyone, but it would impact us. That means more delivery of ingredients and product going in and containers and all that being brought in so they can manufacture enough to be selling in bulk. So that becomes a manufacturing plant, not really a farm. As far as the tasting room with winery tours, I'm not a fan of the tours. Incidental non-alcoholic beverages and prepackaged cold foods, non-alcoholic beverages, absolutely, not a problem. It's encouraged. Cold prepackaged foods, I'm still not sure what that means because it started out as cold prepackaged food and then it went to a cold cut tray. And that's completely different. And at the health department, he told me that if they were to get any kind of food service there, and they mentioned food trucks in some of the other proposals, I don't know if that's still on the table, because there are no regulations for food trucks. They can go anywhere. And, well, you know that. But he said that if they did get any kind of food in the regulation, they would be held to a commercial restaurant requirement, which it would be a big impact on us. That would be they would have to have all the requirements of a full-on restaurant. And that's not really conducive in a rural residential watershed property. As far as incidental sales and souvenirs, it's a small area, that's fine, but deduct that space from the occupancy. And you also need, I was told by the fire marshal that the winery is actually broken into 3 areas, the downstairs, the back of the winery, and the winery, and you have to discount workers, family, and they have to take into account that there's at least anywhere from 1 to 3 people in those other 2 areas, whether or not there even is. And then after that, then the retail space gets deducted, and you figure out how many people would equal that retail space. So that all has to be figured out so you can get a good idea of the occupancy so that when they do have, if they do have these indoor events, now that also, I'm wondering how that's gonna work when, as far as I know that, I thought 20 parking spots was what was approved originally. They don't have a new site plan, so I don't know if that is something that's gonna change. There's no change has been made in the site plan, and the problem with the driveway has actually been, since its inception, the health and inland wetlands, everybody's had a problem with that, and actually it's been repaved, so I don't know how seriously that's going to be taken. And Mr. Morrow last time had suggested, well, maybe we'll only pave the parts that go to the residents, but that's the entire driveway. As you know, it goes from the street all the way up to the house at 15. So that wouldn't really do much for the watershed. The express recognition that person or persons can bring food in for consumption, people already know that. And you could put it on the website, but most people already know. I mean, I'm not going to the winery, but I always have stuff in my car. They know. You shouldn't have to tell an adult that they need to eat. Right. We're looking to be allowed commercially licensed background music, indoors only is fine with me. Live music no more than twice a week. Inside, I don't care what they do inside. I don't want loudspeakers. I don't want microphones for corporate events or whatever they're going to have, and you always have somebody talking. And no outside amplified music at all. Indoors, it's not for me to say. That's their business. There will be no admission charge for any music event, and all performances shall comply with the Wallingford noise ordinance. Stop right there. Permitted winery activities are exempt from the town noise ordinance. That I spoke with the chief the other day, and in passing, I asked him about that, because we were talking about that they can enforce regulations, but he says, we're only stuck with the ordinances, which, you know, I knew, but, so we copied off the noise ordinance, and it sounds great. You know, daytime is 7 till 8, so even if they had an outdoor event till 9, you can only, you know, have your, if they had music, it's only till 8. And then, of course, the decibel levels change. No impulse noises, and you get all through that, and then you come to the end, and it says, exceptions. Farming equipment and farming activities. So if these activities get written as part of the farm regulation, they will be considered a legal farm activity, and they would not be subject to the noise ordinance. They would not be able to impose any power over or authority over anything that happened over there. So that's basically falling back on state statute, which I see a lot of that is falling back on state statute and taking the authority out of your hands. I think that's something that you need to address and not leave it up to, you know, we know the state doesn't enforce it, and the winery would be exempt. So I think that's something that needs to be considered in the regulation as well. Yeah, because that would the unamplified sound of the human voice. Now, we already heard a display of that.
Again, I think we've,
Okay.
I know where you're going. And I
Okay.
think we're all well aware of what you're talking about as far as the noise.
So you know all the activities would be exempt, so we don't have to do that.
I guess at this point,
Yes,
again, if you could
I'm at
look
the
to
end of his
kind of,
proposal, Mr. Marr's
Okay.
proposal. They're no longer referring to entertainment, and I thought last time that they had omitted music altogether, but Mr. Chairman, would Casey know, do they have a current permit for that side porch? Because as far as the investigator that came a few years ago, that porch wasn't even designed originally. I know I think they were going to go for approval. They were in violation with the state. They're in violation with Wallingford. She's begged them for the information. I don't know if they ever actually
well, I guess
went
I
through
see
it.
what I would like to do, though, is stay more on the regulations that we're looking at right now.
Well, that would be the things on the porch. Okay. The events out, I don't agree with the outdoor events or any of that.
Again, if I could ask you just if you,
Yep.
I don't mean to rush you, but if you could just start kind of wrapping up your
Okay,
comments,
this
if you
is
would,
it.
please.
Definition of farm winery should remain as is. At first, it was 25 acres that they were asking for. Now it's down to 10. I think that's still kind of high because in Wallingford, you're really cutting out giving anyone else a chance to have a farm or a farm winery. I would even be open to 5. I mean, how often do you hear of more than 5 acres being for sale in Wallingford these days? But I think it should remain as is. As far as farm winery, that should also remain with a small change that you should produce what you sell. Farm stands are held to stricter standards than the farm winery. They have to produce and grow everything that they sell. And I think that would be more, speaking more to being a farm rather than a manufacturing plant, because pretty much everything in here is pointing to commercial uses and not really talking much about farm, except when they said the word farm in the definition. Was there a change in use for a bar to be called a bar?
I'm not sure what you're asking about.
On the website, the heading has been changed to now it's, instead of Paradise Hills Farm Winery.
Well, again,
it's
we're
a
not,
bar.
we're not talking about,
I just
that-
didn't know if that was, 'cause that would,
what we're talking about is, you know, the regulation that's before us. It's not how Paradise Hills at this point is marketing itself or not marketing itself. That's
Okay,
not
well,
what
that
we're
was
looking at right
speaking
now.
to
What we're
the
looking at right now is the
O to
regulation.
B,
And again,
if it's
I would
O to B.
ask you, because I've, you know, see,
All
I
right.
think I've allowed you to, you know, to speak for probably
Yes.
about 10, almost 15 minutes. So if you
Okay,
could please
fine.
start to wrap up, because
I'll write
I don't mean to rush you, but if
That's
you'd like
all
to
right.
make some final comments,
I'll write
please.
the rest. I just had something at the end. The buses was mentioned before. We never said anybody parked for the winery in the cul-de-sac. People were coming out of the winery and parking and continuing to party. That was what we had said, so that got misconstrued. The buses was the fire marshal, the deputy fire marshal brought that to my attention, was that the parking lot is not, I don't think.
I guess my question is, are you in
And
favor of
there's
buses
no-
or not in favor of buses?
I don't
would
want
probably be
gas
the best
buses,
way.
and there is no parking for a bus, and he can't get his emergency vehicles through there because the design is not correct. And then you'd also have to deduct for the coolers, for the beverages, and if you had any food. How does this work with the 20 spaces, and you're going to have an event inside
Again,
that
that's
holds
something that
80?
they would have to provide if this regulation were approved, they would need to provide then a new site plan for their, you know, for their activity, as well as any other winery would have to do that. So if
Okay.
you do have some
Okay,
final
so this-
comments, if you'd please just make
Because
them.
this would affect everybody that wanted to have a winery in the
Absolutely.
future. I would just say that I'm asking you to deny the proposal as is, with a few exceptions that I had mentioned. Otherwise, it's specifically speaking to a commercial entity.
Okay,
Thank
good
you.
enough.
And thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you. Other members of the public would like to speak. If everybody would raise their hand and like to speak, I'd just like to get a general idea of how many people would still like to speak on the application. All right, let's start with the gentleman in the middle, then we'll go to the right side, then we'll come back here to the left side.
Good evening. My name's Dean Hall. I'm from 1260 Rowland Hill Road. I really don't think this is a constitutional issue at this point. Otherwise, you guys would be judges instead of board members of the Planning and Zoning. I think it's a big zoning issue right now, and how we're discussing the matter of RU 120 residential zoning with agrarial use. Now, there was some mention early on by the applicant that wineries were a fine use of open space and agrarial areas of Wallingford, and I like wineries. I like the wineries as they stand today. I frequent them. I enjoy watching sunsets and getting out in the afternoon. But I do take exception to comparing them to dairy farms. I prefer dairy farms. With dairy farms, you don't have to contend with 100 wine-drinking cows coming down the street every hour. I mean, that's a lot of traffic, and I appreciate that. And I haven't complained about increased traffic, because I think people have a right to start a business, and I do believe, to the large extent, you know, winemaking is an agrarial business. But if you begin to stretch the meaning of agrarial business to the point where you get into other venues and extend retail sales, I wonder how that affects me. I have a farm which is within 2,000 feet of Paradise Hills. Now, if I decide I want to start boarding 100 horses tomorrow, and then I think, well, the horses really need exercise, so I'll put a racetrack in. Well, to make it really interesting, we'll have to have a restaurant for the owners to come and watch their horses race, and then maybe we can go OTB betting. I mean, where does it stop? I mean, are we rezoning? I don't think that's what the applicants are here for tonight. It just seems that if we're talking about rezoning, let's talk about rezoning. If we're talking about making our way around the existing zoning laws as they stand, in RU 120, maybe this meeting shouldn't be even occurring this evening. It should already be at the Zoning Board of Appeals, because to me personally, that's what the essence of this meeting seems like, an appeal meeting to the Zoning Board of Appeals, not to the Zoning Board, which is sitting in front of us. But that's my opinion. I thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to Lisa, lady on the right. We're going this way and then moving back to my left.
Colleen Makepeace, 50 George Washington Trail, and I also own a farm at 148 George Washington Trail and a residence at 150. I'm against the selling of brandy, grappa, and the other hard liquors. I don't think they're appropriate. Like you had mentioned, the alcohol by volume of wine is 9 to 12%, but for brandy and grappa and the other things, it's 35 to 60%. It's a totally different liquor. And even if it's not consumed there, I don't know how you can regulate that it's not going to be consumed on the street if they're selling it. I don't think it should be sold in a residential area. The 4 promotional special events per year, I think is 4 too many. I hear the music in the past loud and clear at my property at 150, and a couple of hours I can tolerate, but they're asking for 10 hours a day. I think that's way too much. The once-a-month events with catered food and live amplified music, I believe is also inappropriate. I don't see the value in a farm agricultural area to having amplified music. Although it's stated that no amplified music would be outside, if the doors are open and the amplifiers are near the door, sound is not going to be contained in the building. It's going to travel. And again, requesting live amplified music twice a week for up to 10 hours a day in the building or possibly outside on the porch. Again, the music is not going to be contained in the building. If the doors are open, the windows are open, and they have loud amplifiers, we're going to hear it. Amplified music is inappropriate in a residential area. I've heard it loud and clear at our property, and it's very annoying and disturbing to the peace. I've had the property since 1950, and it's been a very peaceful area other than when I start hearing the amplified music in the past. The regulations they are changing will do nothing to encourage agricultural use, as was the original intent of the regulations. All the changes, including bulk sales, providing hard liquors, catered food, live amplified music, are not appropriate in a rural residential area, and I hope that you'll deny it in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, just before this gentleman speaks, anyone on the right that would like to speak? Raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, and then we'll go to this side. Yes, please, name and address.
Yeah, I'm Ed Makepeace of 50 George Washington Trail, and I don't mean to state the obvious. You guys are all very familiar with the regulations, but I was glancing through them today, and I was looking at the purpose of the RU zone, and as you know, it's really to encourage low-density residential development and recognize the continuation of agriculture. And I'd have to ask you a rhetorical question. What does any of this have to do with agriculture? I don't see where it has anything to do with it. And with zoning being as binary as it is, it would seem to make sense to me that things that are appropriate are already allowed as permitted uses, and commercial uses are inappropriate in an RU zone and are therefore not permitted. And I don't know how many of you really want to be in the position of measuring degrees to which a particular use conforms or does not conform, such as food. What's a little bit of food? Where do we draw the line? The events, 16 events. That's a lot, and 4 of them, certainly over the course of the summer when we are outside. You know, as my wife said, our property is directly uphill from the vineyard, and we absolutely heard it. You know, they regardless of what the Ruggieros have said about we can't hear it, we can hear it when it's amplified. Fortunately, they've been quiet for the last couple of years because they're trying to appeal to you people. But 16 events it's clearly a commercial use in a residential zone, and I just don't know how we're even at the point where we're considering this. Amplified music. You know, although there were comments about we're not trying to be in Oakdale, well, that goes back to my question about, do you people want to be in the position of measuring the degree to which they are in Oakdale? If we can hear it and it's being promoted for commercial purposes, it should be in town, in the center of town, where restaurants are allowed, where music venues are allowed, and food. Again, you know, you're being asked to judge the degree to which food services are certainly not permitted in an RU zone, yet you're being asked to allow a little bit of it. To me, it makes no sense at all to be considering all of these additional uses as a farm use. You know, in the farm regulations, what's cited? Sawmills, the vegetable stand that Billy Beaumont has. There's no comparison. This is clearly more commercial. I looked at the plan of development, and I noticed that the goal is to produce and sell primarily goods that are grown on site and the need to be a good neighbor. I'm not sure how we achieve these goals. You know, working towards 25% of the product being grown on site while asking for the ability to sell in bulk. Kind of conflicting. And bulk sales, to me, that just says manufacturing. Again, in a rural residential zone, and certainly manufacturing is not a permitted use there. 16 music events, and we talked about that. 100 peak hour trips while being a good neighbor. You know, I went on Google Earth today and I looked up Windswept Hill Road. There's 7 houses on there, and then there's 1 vacant lot down in the beginning. So why should a small cul-de-sac with 7 houses be asked to absorb 100 trips in and out for commercial purposes? I think it's ludicrous. Then again, who's going to monitor this? You know, do you people want to be called on a Saturday if we counted the 101st car going in? Casey, I know you don't want to be, you can't be expected to go out there on a Saturday or a Sunday and look into this. The music is far too frequent. And even though, basically they want to be able to have amplified, what does amplified mean? They want to be able to have music that can be heard, played from a recording all the time they're open. I don't want to hear that. I don't care how quiet they say it is. When I'm directly uphill from them, I'm going to hear it, and it's offensive. Last time there was talk about the Rod and Gun Club. Let's keep in mind that that predated zoning. This operation is expanding while existing regulations are in force. I agree that the town should refine its regulations, but they should be done by the town. They shouldn't be done by a Bloomfield attorney who walks away and never has to deal with it again. So I'm basically 100% opposed to the approval of several commercial uses that we're being asked to allow a little bit of each one of them in a residential district. And I hope that after several hearings, that you finally make a motion and deny this outright tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And the back of the room. If you please just state your name when you get to the microphone.
184 Williams Road, Karen Murata. I also get very emotional. All I want to say is, as a neighbor who borders the property, I remain opposed to any amplified music, and I would like it all to remain a farm winery and have it all be settled. Thank you.
Thank you. And then this lady here.
Hi. Sorry, I just got here, so I've missed everything. But Mary Bush, 1308 Scard Road. I've heard neighbors saying they want to keep the area rural. Rural is defined as characteristic of or in relation to living in the countryside or relating to agriculture. I feel so very fortunate to live where I do. It is by far one of the prettiest areas of town, but it's a total shame that the people are having such a hard time being neighborly. I love it here, but nothing is perfect, yet I look for the best. It's been mentioned that a charter bus once hovered on the side of the road for long periods of time. Well, so have landscaping trucks that both of my immediate neighbors hire weekly all summer long while they are doing their job. Would I rather not have them parked across from my house? It's not my business, it's not my property, nor shall I complain to the town about it. How many times have I been stuck behind a tractor at 10 miles an hour when I really need to be somewhere? As you know, it's well below the speed limit, so I have every right to go a little faster. We have a tractor. We don't ride it up the road, but we don't complain when you do. You have every right to do so, and I hope you appreciate that right. As for traffic, I have helped people who are lost, looking for the holiday home tour houses as an event sponsored by our Chamber of Commerce. I have helped people with directions to the Blue Trail Range. I've even assisted people who are looking for Choate Rosemary Hall who were way off track. So if somebody's looking for the winery, I have no problem. I have picked up trash that was left behind by many people who fish at the reservoir. Do I mind the number of people who show up? And is anyone counting that traffic? It's part of living here. The town allows the fishing, so let them fish. Just please use trash cans. We have picked up trash along the road long before Paradise ever opened their doors. There was a brief pattern of someone dumping their Dunkin' Donuts bag on our front lawn. Is it Dunkin' Donuts' fault? I think not. As for sound levels, I hear more gunshots from Blue Trail Range than I do noise from Paradise. One afternoon this past summer, I went and sat in the cul-de-sac during what someone had said was prime family time on a weekend Saturday afternoon. I didn't hear a single sound coming from the winery. I didn't see one neighbor outside. I did hear one very loud, long, constant buzzing of locusts. That is all. I have some brief video on my phone to prove it. Farming is a business. I love going to Beaumont's to get my flowers, my vegetable plants, and fresh corn. We've got other farms in the area that do the same. We love going to Paradise, and I totally agree in letting them enjoy the fruits of their labor. Let's get together and be neighborly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from this side of the room?
Hi, H.R. Angelico, Church Street, Wallingford. Easter egg hunts. Listening to some of the obvious questions that I've heard the council ask this evening, it seems obvious that some of you have, or it seems, already sort of made up your mind. And it also seems that based on some of those questions, some of you, or none of you, I don't know, haven't been to the winery before, which is a shame because you'd probably really enjoy yourself, but more so than that, you'd be able to get a sense of some of the questions that were asked and how silly they really are when it comes to the noise complaints and the parking. They've got to be a quarter to a half a mile away from the nearest person. I can't imagine being a customer sitting down somewhere trying to enjoy a glass of wine and having someone play music so loud next to me that I could hear it that far away. I don't think any customer that they have would want to hear that, and they wouldn't play it that loud because, frankly, it would be just bad for business. I think that there would probably be a sensible way to address that problem, whether it's by limits, whether it's things that have already been discussed. I understand the council showing consideration for the neighbors, but at some point, it's a little silly. Let's be reasonable. I wasn't planning on speaking. What made me speak is the condemnation of the Easter egg hunt. That's a moral issue, and it's a nice event. But I don't think that, as the gentleman that brought it up said, he didn't like the idea. I don't think that this is the responsible venue for your moral platform. Or I don't mean your moral platform, I mean any moral platform. I don't think that's what the council is here for, dictating morals. As far as the Easter egg hunt, though, it does also seem that adults are more irresponsible around Pez than they are around wine. So, my thoughts.
Thank you. Again, I think we've taken care of everybody on the right side. Now I'm going to, okay, this gentleman here, he'll be our last speaker on the right side, then I'm going to move over to the left side.
David Jones, 8 Windswept Hill Road. I'll make this real quick. I would wish that the zoning board would deny this appeal for the new zoning for tonight, and I hope we can be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, moving over to this left side, people who would like to speak, please raise their hand, and we'll take this gentleman first up front.
Tom Shelfo, 81 Burncliffe Drive in Northford. Although I'm not technically in Wallingford, my property line is the Wallingford town line, so I'm mighty close. And I've been
Pay taxes here?
Pardon me?
Nothing. Go ahead.
No, not quite. Almost. And I've been to Paradise Hills, I'm sure, 200 times with my wife in the last 5 years, so I'm very familiar with the operation. And I just want to reinforce what I think, I've heard a lot of comments tonight. I want to reinforce what I think was the wisest comment that was made all night. That was made by Casey, who said, the regulations clearly need to be changed. I mean, the specificity in the regulation is causing all kinds of problems. You have to make some sort of a change. That was a wise statement you made, and however you make the change, it really should be done. One of the big concerns seems to be noise. I mean, that seems to be, it is noise. And I did look at the regulation. I looked at your, chapter 144, that's your noise regulation. That's enforced by the police, and it says in residential areas, you have a limit of 55 decibels, which is an extremely low number. And I was an environmental consultant for 4 decades. I dealt with lawyers all the time. I dealt with regulators all the time. I dealt with regulations all the time. And what they would always tell me is whenever I was looking for something that was different, it was problematic. You can't, if the rule is written, it's written for everyone. Everyone should comply with it. So if it's 55 decibels in a residential area, that should apply to Paradise Hills. It should apply to anybody that's playing a radio on their deck. It should apply to everyone. That's the way the rule is written. So whether or not you can actually physically hear somebody is not what the rule says. The rule says 55 decibels, which is a very low number. It's like a whisper. And that's what should apply. I know you're really trying to get around it by limiting the number of events that could possibly exceed 55 decibels, but the rule is 55. It should apply to everybody. It does apply to everybody. You have it in your regulations already. So that should be, in my view, sufficient because you already have a regulation. If you don't think that's sufficient, if you think the rule should be you can't be heard, then you should change the rule for everybody. It shouldn't just be a Paradise Hills rule. It should be applicable to anyone in a residential area in the entire town. So that's my whole comment. But I encourage you to follow Casey's wisdom and make a change to make it more specific on what is allowed by a farm winery.
Good enough. Thank you, sir. Again, on the other people that would like to speak. I know the gentleman in the back.
Joe Govea, 1339 Whirlwindale Road. I'm also the owner of Govea Vineyards. And all I'm here is to ask you, please, we've been going on for just 2 years, over 2 years. You have to make a decision, and you please make it tonight. because all you've been able to do is pin neighbors against neighbors and business against business. And this is not good for us, for you people, or for Wallingford. And I like to bring up a couple of items that was discussed. Buses. I personally hate buses. We tell people no buses. And if you do come in, please come in before 2 o'clock. How am I going to stop a bus from coming in? We already have security people to check, make sure nobody brings all this liquor in. We try. We're trying to be a good neighbor. I used to be open till 8 o'clock on Sundays. I did drop it down till 6. I used to be open up until 9 o'clock Saturday. I dropped it down to 8. I was open up Fridays till 9. I drop it down to 7. I am a neighbor. So every time there's an issue going on, I too am affected with the same problems. The tours. Basically what we do with the tours, we do it Saturdays and Sundays at 2 and at 4 o'clock. Basically a tour is we show them the vineyard, we show them what kind of vines do we have, how we prune it. People have many, many questions, and then we go in the basement and we show them what kind of wines we make, what we make, and basically that's just a way for us to show the customer that has a question, they answer them what they have. They're welcome to come down. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But we do have the tourists twice a month. The tent. All we do our special tent for is usually from July till the end of October. We're not doing it to bring any more people. All basically we're doing is to do our wine tasting. So we put a couple tables outside and we do the wine tasting. So people, instead of going inside, they're able to do it outside. That's it. We're not bringing any more people. As far as bathrooms and all this stuff, I do bring in a couple extra bathrooms. But for the last 5 years, I'm trying to put in a bigger septic tank. For 12 years, I had a 1,200-gallon tank. And it served the purpose, because after Mother's Day last year was my busiest days. As you remember, there was 640 cars. Mrs. Hazelwood came in the following day to check it. She didn't find no issues with my septic tank. So I offer to do, instead, put an extra, for a 1,200-gallon tank served me the purpose for 12 years, I offered to put a double tank. Now I'm going to 2,400. But yeah, it's not easy, because now I have to get a meter. A meter that's going to tell me how many gallons of water we use. So I did for 3 months. That's not good enough. Now I have to bring in a special meter that will tell me the peak and all the stuff. Guess what? All the plumbers I call for, all the places I call for, nobody has these particular meters. So I had to go out and buy a meter, which cost me another $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. So you always keep delaying. This is about my 6th year. All I want to do is put a little deck so I could grow and produce my grapes that I have now. Right now we have a shortage on space, and I need more basement. I could be here asking for another addition to the building. I'm not. All I'm asking for is a little bit of a deck so I could put the stuff. First, I was told I have to have a bigger septic tank, which I tried to do that. Then I was told I had to put in a sprinkler system. Sprinkler system because I'm putting the deck? Come on, let's have a little common sense here, all right? The music. During my harvest, we do have dancers. Sometimes they come from New Jersey, sometimes come from Hartford. Last year I had the Hartford and Danbury. These people dance outside so people can see. So you're telling me you're not allowing me to have music in my harvest, which I think that's kind of crazy, because that's a tradition that we've been doing for years. Back home, years ago when I was a young kid, people didn't have money. So how do you harvest your crops? Didn't matter if it's your potatoes, your corn, whatever. It was bringing families, helping families. People come to help us, and we will help them. In the end, we have a nice meal. Now you're also telling me I cannot have a meal. So when I got people coming in from out of town, as we did last year, from Chicago, from Florida, from New Jersey, from Boston, and all over, now I have to tell them, go to McDonald's. Now, if somebody goes to your house, would you going to send them to McDonald's? I don't think that's right. So I don't see why I cannot serve some kind of food. Now, you wonder, okay, about cold food, not cold food, it's kind of gray area. Simple. Give us the option. They want cold food? Fine. Me personally, I think we should go by class 1, which is allowed by the town. This way, the town would inspect us. And they are doing a good job on top of us, so if they could come in, they're welcome to come down anytime, all right? About property values. I know at least 4 houses off Cook Hill Road and the other, the street up there. Most people that bought up there, some of them are people that were my my customers. They came from out of town and they bought there. I personally had somebody approach me a couple of times, as a matter of fact, about 4 times, about buying my property. Originally, they were all scientists from Bristol-Myers. One guy lives in India. One guy lives in Wallingford. One guy lives in Madison, and 2 guys live in New Jersey. Do you think these people are going to worry about what kind of spray? Or do you think they're going to worry about if the law allows you to stay open to 9, they're going to close it at 8? No, they're going to take everything possible. I don't, because I have a granddaughter, and I make sure the sprays that I spray there are as safe as can be. So I'm willing to pay a little bit more money for it. And about car accidents, DUIs, and all the stuff. Let's not assume that every time there's an accident or a DUI, it comes from the vineyards. Back in 1959, I believe, I cannot prove this, but I was told back then, there was an accident on the High Hill Road. A few years back, if you remember, somebody was in an accident where a couple of young guys got killed. All right? If you read the paper last night, because I checked every day, make sure nobody's happened in the Thursday area, there was a car that flipped, I believe, on the other side of the town. Let's not assume they came from the vineyards, because that's not right, you know what I mean? And I think the police is there, the presence of the police is much more now than ever, and that's fine. Now, the other section about farming. I agree with Mr. McPeace and a few other people. I wish it was the way it was years ago, but unfortunately, it's no longer the way years ago. Wallingford leases land for roughly 30 acres at $30 an acre a year. You imagine me leasing for $30? As a matter of fact, I give all my hay away, and they still don't want it. The big farms around, they're all gone. The Christopher was the last guy that was doing farming. He went under a couple years ago. The only guy that's doing right now at Ciccarelli's out of Norfolk. But he has so much land, he doesn't want to land for free. So please, remember, we are the neighbors. And we want the best for everybody. I think everybody gave a little bit on both sides, but I think the decision needs to be made. And this thing about noise, come on, you allow 4,000 people on a Powerpuff football game. Every Friday night during the season, there's matter about it's the Sheen or it's Lyman Hall. There's always football games. Not only there's a football game with hundreds of spectators sharing, but there's also band playing and cheerleaders. Come on, it's got to be a point that something has to give. Wallingford's going to be a very bad name out there. We come into the point, now if you remember recently, you have Oakdale. Then it went to Thurston's. Now last week, a couple of weeks ago, was White Whale London that's been around for years. It's getting to the point that one of these days we're not even going to be able to go to our own bathrooms and flush the toilet because we're going to worry about customers. Please, vote this and get it over with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who would like to speak? Yes, gentleman over here. And before this gentleman, anyone else? Seeing none, he will be our last speaker from the public. What? Oh. No, she's had her.
Richard Ruggiero, 15 Windswept Hill Road, founder of Paradise Hills. Okay, I got a few things here from your POCD, the Planning of Conservation and Development. And some of the things that...
Everybody please turn their cell phones off. Or if you need to use your cell phone, just excuse yourself in a quarter, please. Thank you.
Okay. Now, after checking out the Plan of Conservation and Development, I found some interesting facts. The steering committee says agritainment is important for keeping agriculture viable. It is said they're interested in the ability for vineyards to host events, but currently not permitted by zoning. Now, you, the commission here, has a chance to actually do what your COPD is recommending. Also, it says one objective is to protect farmland and a means to protect the best farmland. Now, I guess that includes Paradise Hills because we are one of the 7 farms listed and actually has a picture of our wine bottle on your Planning of Conservation and Development. It also says special consideration will be given to current agricultural lands and will also be assisted from an economical development perspective. Now, we already know that the Economical Development Committee has voted unanimously to support our change of regulations. They certainly understand the importance the wineries have to economical development. Okay, now there has been quite a bit of talk, so we may as well get this straight, about who was here first. And there's actually 9 homes on Windswept Hill Road. Okay, the only person, and I checked the land records, the only person that purchased land on Windswept Hill Road before Paradise was Richard Highland. And he has spoke on many occasions in support of this regulation change. So where they come up with that they were there first, now they knew that we had a vineyard there and that we were to become a Connecticut state winery. Now that we opened up, you know, they built their house, bought their land, built their house, and now after the fact, they're coming to you and complaining. So now, as far as where the people do drink at Paradise Hills, all of the area where they sit and drink has all been licensed by the state of Connecticut. Other than what has been stated, our driveway has not been paved. And none of the other farm stands in towns even grow anything. I don't see any Christmas trees being grown at Beaumont's farm. What's his name? Joe the Farmer? Is that it? Joe the Farmer? Farmer Joe. I don't see any vegetables being grown there, but yet he's selling it. A lot of issues and gross exaggerations by all these neighbors. As far as a horse track, that does sound fairly interesting. I would certainly like to see that happen. And as far as some of the other farms, I don't see much going on at Cooper's Farm. So maybe he should step up his agricultural production too. I wasn't even going to talk tonight, but I just want to say that the gross exaggerations by these neighbors is just incredible. And I would like this commission to approve this regulation change. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this point in time, I think we're going to close out the public comment, and I'll bring it back to the applicant if you'd like to address any of the comments that were made by the public. I would also just like to point out the hour also.
I won't address every comment. I think some of the comments and some of the concepts are getting mixed up here. There's comments about liquor control issues, what's permitted, what's not, what's licensed, what's not. There's comments that pertain to site plan issues, and we're not at site plan yet. Really, we're focusing on what are the permitted uses. There's comments about us being a factory. There's comments about us being a bar. None of that pertains. There is a tendency to blow up both the interpretation of the regulations and our stated intent. And what I'd like to do is focus back again really on what we intend. We intend to be able to comply with the Connecticut statutes as regarding production, with grappa, ODV, wine, hard cider, brandies. Tonight, we're saying that we're very willing to limit the grappa, the brandies, not for consumption on the premises. If people consume them off the premises, and if they're parked in the cul-de-sac to consume them, call the police. That's not a legal activity, but it's not an activity we can regulate. We are looking to be able to sell in bulk. All that means is put it in bigger containers than a wine bottle. That's really all it means. But it's separately stated in the statute. We want it parroted in the local regulation. We've gone through the homegrown requirement, the 25% grapes, and the reason why there's an 8-year lead-in. All that is all parroting the Connecticut statutes, and we want that reflected in the local regulations. Getting beyond that, music. Outside music is unamplified. If there was a person in this room playing the guitar in that corner, you'd be hard-pressed to hear them other than knowing that there's a guy over there playing a guitar. That's what we're talking about for outside music. The people who spoke are right. The nearest houses are hundreds, if not 1,000 feet away. Any amplified music, in fact, any musical performance at all, we are making explicitly subject to the zoning ordinance. Whether you call that a farming activity or not, we are invoking the limits of the noise ordinance in connection with any performance of music, amplified or unamplified. And the speakers who said that the 55 decibels is a whisper are very correct. If you go over there to Paradise Hills now and take a sound meter and you listen to the sound coming off the highway, it is greater than 55 decibels. That's the level of sound that we're talking about as our maximum, and you're correct, it would be at the property line of the impacted property. There are activities that are occurring throughout this area already and continuing to occur that discomfit people in the area as far as noise goes. We're looking for 4 special events at which we will have outside amplified music subject to the whisper noise ordinance. The rifle ranges have nighttime activities that are advertised every Friday night through the summer, a midnight league where they start at 6 and go through 9 or later. The last event starts at 9, every Friday night. We have no problem with that. When you're in a neighborhood area and people live together, some people from time to time are discomfited. The issue is really a trade-off. And what we've tried to do is trade off, as we've gotten a clear statement from this commission, that we're not asking for the world. We're asking for 4 times a year we can make a little bit more noise. We're not asking to be able to fire guns into the middle of the night every Friday night. We're not asking to have football games with cheering. We're not asking to do any of that. 4 times a year. It's allowed throughout town. I think it should be allowed here. The events that we're talking about can be spelled out. I don't think it would be appropriate to be spelled out in a regulation that would append to all wineries. I would say that might be a site plan issue, if at all. But the issues that we're talking about are Mother's Day, anniversary of the winery day, harvest, and an event that they had in the past called Italian Night. That's what we're talking about. They brought in a Sinatra band to play at one time. That's the kind of music we're talking about. We're not talking about big music. It's hard to cite or draft a regulation that would hit and satisfy every single question, every single what if, and every single parameter. We have listened intently and intensely to what this commission has said, and we're trying to meet the commission's concerns. This is a commercial activity. This is a commercial activity in a residential zone. It is a farming activity. Farming activities are allowed and in fact encouraged in this zone. What we're asking to do is to be able to augment the farming activity to allow it to sustain itself and to give certainty on how it can sustain itself and what it can and cannot do. That's all we're looking for. And I think we have put forth a reasonable and balanced trade-off as far as a regulation goes. And I think that the entirety of it should be approved. The one thing I would ask in this commission is to entertain it sequentially as opposed to a vote up or down on the whole matter, should there be any differences of opinion. I think it could be carried by a vote up and down on the whole matter. But as Ms. Costello said, these regulations do need to be changed. There does need to be some specification. We've had 2 years of argument over this, and it should come to an end. But to leave it at the end of saying we're going back to the way it is, we're going to stay at it as the way it is with no definition, just invites this to happen again, either by some other winery or some other farm. I think that this should be brought to an end. And I think everything we have proposed is reasonable for the winery and reasonable for the neighbors. But lastly, I would like to thank you for the extraordinary amount of time that you as a commission have spent on this. The in-depth, you've got a pile of paper, you've listened to me more than most judges listen to me, and I thank you for that. I think it's now time to take a vote, and I strongly request that this be granted in its entirety.
Thank you. Casey, any final comments that you would like to make?
Yeah, I just want to sort of reiterate that what we're really looking at tonight is the regulation change and looking at a balance for the impact and the rights and the protection of the neighborhood and the rights and support of agricultural and other type uses. I have a few, I'm presuming that you are inclined to act tonight. Is that?
I am. I'm not sure about other commission
Okay.
members.
I have a few, based on the conversation, proposed modifications based on what we've talked about so far tonight. So I want to go through those and kind of get a thumbs up or thumbs down from you before you vote. The first would be 4.2E3B. That was the impervious, the pervious surface language, and obviously I also will want input from you. I'm proposing that you modify it to say that simply say that the commission may, or the commission shall not provide for the use of pervious cover materials in connection with any parking plan in property located within the watershed. That was the request of the Water and Sewer Division. I know that's probably not where the applicant wants to go, but that was consistent with what the Water and Sewer Division recommended. I proposed under G, based on the discussion, same section, to add grappa shall only be permitted to be sold for off-premise consumption. that consistent with what we've talked about? You want to modify that at all? No?
Well, I think that's some discussion to commission with. I
Okay.
mean, I think what you're making is some recommendations, and we're going to then have a discussion amongst the
Yes or
commission
no.
members as
Sure.
far as just where they may come out on
Sure. Okay.
what you're recommending as well as everything else that's here.
Okay, and then I was going to suggest what Mr. Gouveia mentioned, which is that you can limit it to Class 1 food service license. So under Section I, Roman numeral V5, incidental service and sale of other prepackaged non-alcoholic beverages and cold prepackaged food. And I'm proposing language that adds limited to that permitted by a Class 1 food service license under the health code. That specifies what prepackaged means and that you don't have to have all the, you don't have to have all the kitchen facilities and any of that. It's just literally prepackaged. You can't even warm something up in the microwave.
Where is that?
I proposed to put it, it's letter I under the following accessory activities. Roman numeral 5, it's like halfway down.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, J, Roman numeral 3, the second to last sentence. Catered food may be offered indoors at the reserved once-a-month events. And to add a Roman numeral 5 there that says the farm, and this I'm just mentioning now, I think it had been discussed previously, but I'm proposing language, the farm winery shall notify the Planning and Zoning Department of the date and nature of each of the 4 events at least 30 days prior to that event.
Excuse me, slow down on that a little bit, and if you please repeat that.
Sure. That the farm winery shall notify the Planning and Zoning Department of the date and nature of each event. So that would be the 4 events at least 30 days prior to the event. So that way we can kind of keep track, and we also know if there's one coming up, so if there are inquiries or phone calls or that type of thing. Obviously, that's up to you. And then the last thing is regarding the noise ordinance, letter K, Roman numeral 4. Just based on some of the conversation, I thought it might clarify a little to say the winery shall at all times comply with the restrictions of the Wallingford noise ordinance for the zone in which they are located. The above events, promotions, and music shall not be considered exempt farm activities under the noise ordinance. Okay.
I assume if, once you get done, you'll provide a
Yeah,
copy of what what you have to Mr. Benoit.
And that's it.
And okay, then I have a question or two for you.
Okay.
Just in, not sure other commission members may also. You know, first of all, just to kind of clarify things, there's some discussion as far as violating the 9th Amendment. You might want to explain as far as zoning is permissive, if it's allowed. If we say it's allowed, it's allowed. If it's not specifically indicated in zoning that it's allowed, then it's not allowed. So if you just please explain that so we make sure no one thinks we're violating anybody's 9th Amendment
Sure.
Constitution rights.
The zoning regulations are a legal document. They're enabled by state law. They've been upheld in many court cases, and the intention of zoning regulations is essentially to protect public health, safety, and welfare. So your zoning regulations are a legal document. They're, as referenced, based on your plan of conservation and development, and should be consistent with your plan of conservation and development. And as you indicated, Wallingford zoning regulations, and most, if not all zoning regulations in Connecticut at least, are permissive rather than prohibitive. So it's not a list of what you can't do, it's a list of what you can do. So if it doesn't say you can, then you can't.
Good. Thank you. And the other thing, if we can just get back to the 4 events that are being unrestricted events. Again, in the regulations that's being proposed, it's talking about any event that's above 100 peak hour traffic, then it's a special permit. How do we go about regulating that? Again, you're looking, you just mentioned what you would want to have the applicant give advance notice of 30 days of such an event. How would then one go about determining whether or not that may or may not be an event that's going to generate over 100 peak hour trips?
Well, you already have that regulation written into every zone in your zoning regulations, which is that any use that generates more than 100 peak hour vehicle trips, if it's a permitted use, the 100 peak hour vehicle trips triggers a special permit. And when there is question about that, if there's a new use being proposed on a property, whether it's in a commercial zone or something sort of combined, if there's question about it, then I require the applicant to provide information to get traffic counts on their vehicle trips. Some businesses, if they're a chain, they sort of have that information readily available. Otherwise, they hire a traffic consultant to do some counts. Now, in this case, they're already there. So it would really come down to an enforcement matter, which would be that they're representing, as of right now, that they're not generating more than 100 peak hour vehicle trips. If it appeared that they were, then it would fall on me or on the Planning and Zoning Department and the town to demonstrate that they're above the 100 peak hour vehicle trips. And that is why I mentioned the language before that you could require that, upon request or on a yearly basis or something of that nature, that we're provided with traffic counts.
And that's something that we could include in this, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone, any commission members with questions for our town planner?
I think we would want to know whether the applicant is agreeable to that language,
Sure.
and also whether or not you as the commission want to go through and there are any modifications that you want to make.
Yeah, again, that's, I think, our next step, but
Just for the record, all of those proposed restrictions, I guess subject to final language, but the intent of everything that Ms. Costello proposed is acceptable. And there's one that I forgot to tell you about, if I can take here a moment at this point. You mentioned closing down early on Sundays at 6. That is also acceptable to us and would be put in new language in the regulation.
and I assume the 8 o'clock would be acceptable also?
8 o'clock is usually the time when all activities stop, and it takes some time to get people out. People, you can't just tell everybody pick up. And
Oh, no, I understand, but if you start flashing the lights and say it's time to leave, you stop serving.
That's why we want to say close at 9, because you start doing that at 8 and people have just brought their food in, and they just came. It takes a little while to get people out. That's the intent of the 9 o'clock.
No, I understand it, but I guess from my viewpoint, it's, to me, you're closing, we're closing at 8, okay, everybody, it's time to close up, and it's ready to leave. You're no longer serving. It may take people a little longer to vacate the property, but the fact is, from the operation of the winery, the business is, the activity is closed, and people are then needing to leave the property. That's how I'm looking.
Maybe we're talking about the same thing then. What I would propose, as the regulations say, is no wine shall be served after 8. But whether we actually close off the lights, shut off the lights and lock the doors at 8. I think you'd probably want no wine served after 7, with 8 being that kind of buffer hour to get out. We're looking for no wine at 8, and then 9 being the buffer hour to get out.
Yeah. I think that's something we can commission. That, again, that's just simply my viewpoint. Other people may have another viewpoint on that. But Would that pretty much wrap it up for you? Because at this point in time, I guess, Casey, I could close the public hearing, and then we could then have discussion amongst the commission members. We could still take some input from you. Is that correct?
Once you close the public hearing, I can only give you technical clarification information, but if you're ready for that, then yeah.
Again, I think we're at the point now where I would entertain Mr. Benoit, you have a question?
Just kind of more of a technical question. Are we looking at going through the approval one at a time or as a whole?
My approach would be is we have a regulation here. If we are looking to make any changes, modifications to this regulation, that we do it and specify what areas. Again, I'm, looking at if we're talking about amplified music, having it or not. If we want to make changes in that, we would include that in here. If we're make adjustments, if we're talking about hours of operation, we would then make a change in the hour of operation. So again, I'm not sure if that answers your question or not.
So one at a time, not as the whole thing.
Well, again, I'm not quite sure when you say not as a whole thing. We're going to vote on this as a regulation. We may in fact change certain items of the regulation.
Right.
But I'm not looking to make, having separate motions on every item.
Okay.
I'm looking.
I think what at least Mr. Seichter is proposing is that when someone makes the motion, you would make the motion subject to the following changes. And then, but in that case, if there's something that is a point of contention, it sort of gets incorporated into everything else. So it would be a yes or a no from everybody based on all of the proposed changes.
Yeah, that's
in
correct.
the motion.
Yeah, that's what I would envision it. I guess, does everyone else would like to go down that road? It seems to be the case.
Mr. Chairman, I do have something that, I think that we're looking at a regulation change here, and getting the wording right on those regulations are pretty important. I know we're looking at amendments and drafts, and we got a lot of opinions on both sides, but the consolidation is this, all these opinions into a regulation, I think are something that, should probably be done before we vote on a regulation. And I may be wrong.
I think that's our intention. I might be missing your point, but I think that's clearly our intention.
So you have to decide on exactly what you're voting on. So you're voting on their most recently proposed regulations subject to whatever changes you talk about and are made part of the motion. So those could incorporate conversation tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
One more thing.
Sure.
Just make sure that you have that you include your reason on the record and the effective date, which. Or if it is approved in some form, and the effective date I would recommend would be at the earliest would be Monday, May 2nd, because that allows for the appeal period to have expired.
Thank you. All right. At this point in time, I'd entertain a motion to close our public hearing.
Yeah, that's me. Hold on one second.
We need just a motion to close the public hearing. Then we'll have discussion.
I make a motion to close the public hearing for application 502-16.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? All right, gentlemen, let's have some discussion now on the regulation. And I guess what I would like to start off with first is looking at, when we're looking at definitions. I know we've had a lot of discussion on definitions. I would entertain any commissioners' comments on the definition. If what they see is here is something that's acceptable to them, totally unacceptable, or if there's something should be or not be changed, omitted. So I'd entertain any comments.
Going by the letter.
Oh, okay, all right.
Anyone with comments?
We talked about eliminating the grappa and the brandies, but that was for, what was it? Not for consumption on the premises.
Yeah, that was
So
in
that's
the...
okay for the definition now.
Well, I believe that what was proposed was, as far as the, indicating that the production of the grappa, that it could be produced, but it was only be for consumption, would not be for consumption on site. And that would, and I
That's
believe
not on
that,
there.
and I believe that that would be appropriate to put that in the, in the definition section, if people are so choose.
I think we're going to put it, if everyone's so inclined, at 4-2, or 4.2.E 3G is where we were going to put it.
Okay. All right. But again, I'll just go back to the definition. Does anyone have any issues with the definition?
No issues.
No issues.
Okay. Let's move on now down to the section 4.2E, where we talk about farm wineries and what it's subject to. I guess I maybe go this in sequence. Letter A, not less than 10 acres. Or perhaps just ask people what issues they may or may not have with this section. I know it was recommended by our town planner on the pervious surface, and I believe some language was provided to us on that. And if we have some suggestions on that, if we would like to make some changes, Mr. Benoit, do you have something that's...
For 4.2.E.3b, strike out the commission may provide for the use of pervious cover material in connection with any parking plan, and replace that with, what's that say? For property located within the watershed. Right?
The recommendation was that it be replaced with, the commission shall not provide for the use of pervious cover materials in connection with any parking plan right on a property located within the watershed.
Shall not.
Mr. Chairman, so does that mean that you can use non-pervious materials if it's not within the watershed?
Excuse me?
The clarification that we just received was that the the pervious materials will be used only in the watershed area.
Says the commission shall not provide for the use of pervious cover material in connection with any parking plan for property located within the
No,
watershed.
yeah, it should be shall not provide for the use of impervious.
Say that again?
Impervious.
Impervious.
Yeah,
Use of-
which would mean that if it's not in the watershed, you have the option either way.
So again, I mean, you would have the option to use non-pervious
Yes.
in areas that are not within the watershed.
Yeah. Other issues from commission members? What were some of the other things in case you mentioned on here?
The next one
She was
is
adding.
going to be this one down here, the hours of operation. Oh,
No, there was an addition. She had that, shall accept the water. Go ahead.
I'm going right by this.
Yeah, okay. She gave you her
This is
comments
it.
also?
This is what she gave me.
Oh, okay.
It's not my handwriting.
Good.
How bad
All right,
that
if
is.
you'd like to continue, Mr. Benoit.
Well, does anybody have any questions on C? Any issues on C?
Nope.
I think we were all fine on that.
Moving on.
G, hours of operation.
Let's discuss that. People's opinions on hours of operation.
Did we
Suggestions
jump
from the
over
commission
all
member.
of,
Excuse me?
did we jump over all the other?
Did anyone, if you had any comments, no one else had comments, so we are moving on. So we're at the hours of operation. Comments on
That's
hours
G.
of operation.
All right,
I had suggested on Sundays that we, what the applicant suggesting is 11 to 9 o'clock, 7 days a week. I've made a suggestion on Sundays till 9 o'clock and other days till 8 o'clock. I don't know how other commission members feel about that or not. It's up to you, gentlemen.
Okay, so it's 11 to 8.
Well, again, there's other commission members here. That's just my suggestion. What does everyone feel about hours of operation?
I'm fine with that, with your suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
So Monday,
I'd support it.
That's good.
Monday through Saturday, 11 to 8. Sunday, 11 to 6.
I believe that's consensus.
This is also where grappa shall only be permitted to be sold for off-premise consumption. And brandy, right? Yeah,
Include that in that section?
I'm including it in the section.
Okay.
It's going to be fun to read this.
All right, then moving on, I don't believe anybody has any concerns about signage. Now we're talking about accessory activities.
Mr. Chairman, I know
We've closed our public hearing. So as far as taking any comments from the applicant, we're not in a position to do that. This is just discussion amongst the commission members.
Thank you.
For clarification, did
Sure.
you add, or did you discuss the proposed language for letter G? The proposed additional language with the sale of the grappa sales?
Grappa
I
and
was
brandy
thinking
shall only be permitted to be sold for off-premise consumption.
And did you want to consider allowing tastings outside of the sales?
That's something commission members would like to do. Yes or no, boys?
Yes.
Yeah. What is the intent here?
Our intent is to go through these regulations and then look to make a motion on the regulations. If we're going through the regulations right now and we're looking to make any modifications or amendments to the regulations that are being proposed, once we have that, then I'll entertain a motion if we have a support for these regulations based upon the changes the commission has agreed to make. That's the intent, and I believe hopefully that's the intent of other commission members.
And
If
how long
if I'm going in the wrong direction, please let me know. Good.
So tasting,
Because again, it's not my intent to, close this public, or rather to continue this to another night. I think we spent, a good deal of time on this this evening as well as in other meetings. And hopefully, commission members have had the opportunity to look at these regulations and have generated some thought as far as what they like or don't like on this. So,
am I right by saying tastings are allowable on premise?
yes, I think that's the
Good with that?
Yep.
Yep.
So back to I, and we were doing it after, was it I at Roman numeral, we said 5. We're saying limited to that permitted by a Class 1 food service license under the health code.
That's correct. If everyone agrees to that.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then what we're going to ask you to do is we're going to ask you to just go through this all one last time after we've agreed to it.
Absolutely.
Good. And I think we also wanted to clarify that any sale of food, that all of that, or any food was going to be just inside.
Catered, that's where we go to J.
Okay.
Says catered food may be offered indoors at the reserved once-a-month events.
Okay.
We have, what's this?
I think the next item is when we talk about events and promotions. Again, what the applicant's looking for is four events, 4 promotional events per calendar year, as well as, one a month, these private reserve events where it would be held strictly in the tasting room and they would be able to bring in or have catered food. So I think that's something that we need to discuss, if that's something, the number of events, the public events, as well as the reserved events.
This would be Roman numeral 5 under J. The farm winery shall notify the planning and zoning department.
No, I think we're really up to here first. I think what we want to discuss, again, amongst the commission members, they're proposing 4 events that are the non-restricted events, and then they're proposing 1 event per month, which is a reserved event, to be held only in the tasting room where they can provide, food.
For the 4 special promotional events, what I would like to see is, just some wording saying, winery-related events, winery-related promotional events, the anniversary, crushing of the grapes, something to that effect.
Anyone else with comments on that?
So what, special winery?
I think the wording would be special winery promotional events. Once a month events. Again, comments from anyone as far as what their opinions may or may not be on the once a month reserved events. Are people in favor of that, not in favor of it, where it should be held, not held?
So the once a month private reserved events, is that where we want to put something, if they expect greater than, the 83, a special permit is required, or will that come somewhere else?
Well, I think that comes
That
down.
was under the 100 peak.
Yeah, that would come down below that.
Okay.
So we all in agreement or not on this?
Yep.
Okay. Moving on.
It's Roman numeral 4 would be created.
We skipped over 1. We skipped over 3.
3, we put indoors, offered indoors for the catered food.
Any other, does anyone have any other comments on that?
Well, this is, live music is permitted at each such event and may be amplified when performed indoors and shall not be amplified when performed outdoors. Are we sticking with that language?
It's fine, it only pertains to the once-a-month events, right?
Yeah, let's talk about the, this is getting painful, isn't it? Live music is permitted at each event to be amplified. So if we're talking, again, we're back to the music, amplified music indoors, and no amplified music outdoors.
And we're going to have to change the 9 PM time there as well.
Yeah. If you change that, and that should be consistent with the 6 and the 6 and the 8.
Right.
Mr. Chairman, is out of order. I mean, the hour is 11:15. I think that just to get the wording right and to have it submitted we have two members of the commission that aren't voting on this thing. I think could it be, cleaned up and then get ready for our next meeting to vote on it? Because I think that at this particular hour, I think that we're just kind of rushing to go through something that everybody here has put a lot of time and effort into bringing up different points.
Again, it's up to the commission members. We have, as far as we have, when you're saying we have 2 members of the commission that are not voting, we have 5 members on this commission that are voting on this, this application this evening. I'll put it this way, if there's other commission members that feel that we should continue this to our next month's meeting, I'll certainly entertain that. If the majority of the commission members feel that we should continue with this, I'm very happy to entertain that. So I'll simply ask members of the commission, what's their choice?
Well, we only have a few more to go, quite frankly.
Anyone else? Speak up now.
I'm not opposed to either way. I mean, if we waited
Well,
till
you
the
have to
next
flip.
meeting
You have to flip a coin.
I think it might be our due diligence to have it all, the wording correct and print it out and for us to review it maybe for voting on our next meeting. I just feel that we're kind of.
Mr. Benoit, it's up to you.
Oh, great.
Let's go, come on. We've spent,
We're
we spent quite a bit of time on this, and I think we're getting to a point where obviously we need to make a decision on this. If people feel very uncomfortable that we don't have the proper wording and they'd like to see something, then we can certainly continue this. My intent would be, once we resolve on what we're planning to do on this application, to have then a reading of the revised amendment this evening. If people feel that they would like something printed, come our next meeting, we can certainly do that.
So I guess I'm the coin flip on the whole thing. We only have all of one more section. So unless you're uncomfortable with the wording once we do it.
I don't know what the wording is.
Well, that's what.
And then not only that, but
Yeah, okay,
you're just kind of like, this is a regulation, so I think that.
I think we all.
Be a little more intent than scribbling down on a piece of paper and saying that this is what, the difference between may, shall, will.
Would you like to offer some comments here for our town planner?
Sure. You've already closed the public hearing, so you're rather limited in terms of what additional information.
Exactly.
No
We can't
additional
take any more
information can
information.
be provided to you, whether you do it tonight or next month.
So again.
Well, we're close to being through it. Let's finish it.
All right. I think now we're coming back to our whole issue as far as music. I think that's where we're jumping down to. Is that correct, Mr.
Yes.
Benoit? Good. And as far as what we're allowing or not allowing for music. What the applicant is proposing here is for events that are being restricted events, they're asking for music to be inside, whether it be recorded, live music, whatever, amplified music. Does anyone have an issue with that?
Nope.
Hearing none.
Nope.
Now we're looking at when they're talking about their There's special events. Again, what the applicant's looking for is to have the opportunity to have some amplified music outdoors.
Well, actually, the wording says shall not be amplified when performed outdoors. So I'm good with that.
What are you looking at,
Right here.
section?
Yeah, you go down now.
But that's the key, those are,
We're still on 3, right?
well, we're talking, what we're talking about in general here, we're coming down to looking at the music amplified for the 4 events. Do we want music, do we want amplified and allowing amplified music that is indoors? Are we looking to allow that?
Fine.
And I think that the answer is to that, correct me if I'm wrong, the answer is we would agree to that. The next item then really is what we're looking at is on the other events.
We just need, there's a 5, Roman numeral 5 that we're putting in here
And
that says.
that's what you're planning to include, is that?
The farm winery shall notify the planning and zoning department of the date and nature of the event at least 30 days prior to the event.
Okay.
So now we're on K. Well, that's what's going to come up. So the first one, which is allowing background noise during all business hours up to 9 p.m., which we won't do. It would still be the Monday through Saturday at 8.
So you're looking at 8 o'clock, and it comes back to, though, commercially available licensed background music during business hours in the tasting room and the adjacent covered porch. And any adjacent covered porch. Again, people have issues with that. For my opinion, I think I would recommend just taking out the adjacent covered porch. So we simply have, if we're having background music, any background music is indoors.
In the tasting room,
Yeah.
period.
Okay, moving on. Live amplified music, does anyone have, and again, we've talked about the amplified music.
You're still doing the hours, Monday through Saturday at 8,
Yeah.
Sunday
I
at
think that's
6.
what everybody's agreeable to.
Go to K, Roman numeral number 4. The winery shall at all times comply with the restrictions of the Wallingford noise ordinance for the zone in the what's that say? Is that above?
Casey, it would be appropriate you to provided
Yeah.
some language for this, and Mr. Benoit is having some difficulty in that.
I believe it was for the zone in which the property is located.
Zone in which the property, which they are located. Then it says the above events, promotions, and music shall not be considered exempt farm activity under the noise ordinance. Okay. So I'll read that again. The winery shall at all times comply with the restrictions of the Wallingford noise ordinance for the zone in which they are located. The above events, promotions, and music shall not be considered exempt farm activities under the noise ordinance.
Sure we do.
Can everybody make sure to talk into the mic?
Yeah.
What is Wallingford's noise ordinance? I thought it was all state.
Well, with Wallingford has a noise ordinance. I think there's probably an attorney out in the audience that would verify that, as well as there's a state noise ordinance. I believe the Wallingford noise ordinance cannot be any more liberal than what the state is. And I'm not sure, Casey, if that's something that you can verify as we've closed our public hearing, but I believe that's the issue. So it's clear we have a noise ordinance.
Yeah, absolutely, we have one. Yeah. 55 decibels.
Well, see, the decibels, depending upon the zone, there's a certain decibel level, and that decibel level changes at certain times. All right, I think at this point in time, I think it's correct to say we have agreed on certain things. So just so everyone is very clear, I'd ask Mr. Benoit, I know this may be a little arduous, but if you would go through the regulation, starting with the definition as far as what is being proposed. And again, if anyone has any questions, and
the definition isn't changing as we have it all in front of us. There's no change to it.
Yes, that's correct. And I guess it's probably at this point in time, Casey, would it be more proper to make at least ask for a motion? And then when Mr. Benoit goes through what is being proposed, then we could have further discussion on that motion if it needs clarification. Is that correct?
Yes, you would make a motion to either approve or deny. If the motion is to approve, it would be subject to modified as follows.
But again, his motion, if he's going to, again, make a motion, he could start off and just going with the change in the definition and read the entire definition would be the proper way, I believe, so everyone is clear on what we're talking about.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so at this point in time, I would entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve Paradise Hills, a zoning text amendment for Paradise Hills Vineyard and Winery LLC to amend Section 2.2, definition specific terms, 4.2.E.3, rural districts site plan approval, farm wineries, to modify the definition of farm winery and modify the regulations regarding farm wineries, including but not limited to adding permitted activities, events, music, and entertainment, limited retail sales, and limited food service, and allow, I'm not going to do that one, as proposed in language submitted March 14, 2016, and updated to April 6, 2016, and hereby updated to April 6, 2016, and hereby amended and subject to the following changes. Section 4.2.E3B, the Commission shall not provide for the use of impervious cover materials in connection with any parking plan for property located within the watershed. No sale, Section 4.2.E3.G, no sale of wine either by retail or by the glass may occur from Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., or in accordance with applicable state law, applicable state and federal law, whichever is more restrictive. Grappa and brandy shall only be permitted to be sold for off-premise consumption. tastings are allowable on premises.
Is that just correcting, is that 3E? It's not 3E point G, it's just 3G.
3G.
Yeah, I think you want to correct that.
Instead of saying 3.G, it's 3G.
It would be 2.4E.3G, correct?
3G.
3G
Okay.
is what that,
Okay. Under 4.2.E3I, Roman numeral 4 should say incidental service and sales of other prepackaged non-alcoholic beverages and cold prepackaged food for consumption on the premises, limited to that permitted by a Class 1 food service license under the Health Code. 4.2.
Just a point of clarification on the last one. Was it Roman numeral number 5 or 4?
Roman numeral number 5. I'm said 4? All right. Correction, 5. Where are we now? 4.2.E3J, Roman numeral I, up to 4 public special winery promotional events during a calendar year. 4.2.E3, Roman numeral 3, all events allowed under subdivisions I and 1 and 2 shall end at or before 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 6 p.m. Sunday. Catered food may be offered indoors at the reserved once-a-month events. We have another 4.2.E.3 Roman numeral 4.
Where do we have 4.2.E?
What's that?
Yeah, 4.2, okay, go ahead.
The farm winery shall notify the Planning and Zoning Department of the date and nature of the event at least 30 days prior to the event. We go to 4.2.E3K.
Can we just go back? I mean,
Sure.
you just have to notify, well, I'm going to have a concert, that's it. So you just notify us?
Can you say that into the microphone?
Yeah.
Pardon?
Can you say that into the microphone, just so we have?
Yes, I was just on a notification. What they're going to say, well, yeah, we're going to have a concert. And we're going to have one next week. And we're going to have one, after that.
They can have 4 events. They can have 4 events in the under their special promotion. So they can have 4 events. If they wanted to have 4 events in consecutive weeks, that's something that they would do. I'm not so certain if that's something they would do.
This is fallen under 4.2.E3J, Roman numeral 4. So it's underneath the events and promotions, which is essentially the special events.
Regardless of the event, whether it's permitted herein, the winery shall conduct no activity at Jezebel, so forth and so on. But okay, you think that's okay?
All right, I'm going to make a suggestion here, and I certainly hate to do this because as much as I would like this to be done this evening, I think that there's some commission members that feel somewhat uncomfortable on this. we have a draft here, and I think that some people would feel much more comfortable if they saw it in black and white with the wording. And Casey, I think you're going to offer some
I
comments.
don't think that I can do that because you've already closed the public hearing.
That we can't.
I can't submit additional information.
Oh, no, I'm not saying, no, but as far as us, as far as the commission, though, putting together, simply having what we have proposed here, putting this into a document, have it typed up, and then have it proposed for our next meeting to be voted on. So we're not looking for you to give us additional information. We're simply looking for this document, what's being presented here, to be put into a document form to be voted on and discussed, a further discussion.
If you complete the motion,
Yeah.
I can
If we-
provide you with
Exactly what the
a
motion
typed
is.
version of
That's
the
all I'm looking for, is a typed version of the motion, so then everyone is very clear what we're voting on, because it seems that there seems to be some confusion amongst, some members here, and I don't want that to occur. I want people to be very clear as far as what they're voting on. So is that something, if we complete the motion,
and then you'll have to vote to table the motion.
to table the motion?
Yes.
We vote to table the motion, and then at our next meeting, what we are simply doing is taking up this motion and either modifying it, whatever, so everyone is very clear what we have.
Yes, and just for clarification for members of the public, you won't be able to take, just like you can't take
Well, there's
additional
no,
information from
we
me,
have
there's
closed the
no
public
more.
hearing, but I think it's very clear right now from what we're doing, and I apologize to the public, but I think some people may feel somewhat uncomfortable with voting on this, with having something in black and white in front of them, and I don't want to put people in an uncomfortable position. So, Mr. Benoit, if you would please continue with your motion.
So we go to 4.2.E3KI. Commercially available licensed background music during all business hours up to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 6 p.m. Sunday in the tasting room. We go to 4.2.E3K, 2 Roman numeral 2. Live music no more than twice a week between noon and 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 6 p.m. Sunday. Period. 4.2.E3K, Roman numeral 4. The winery shall at all times comply with the restrictions of the Wallingford noise ordinance for the zone in which they are located. The above events, promotions, and music shall not be considered exempt farm activities under the noise ordinance. Also, what else do I have? Casey, how about the letter, the memo from the health department? Do I put that one in there, dated April 8th? The one we just, what did I just do with it?
As a condition of approval?
Yes, this one. Or do I need to even do that?
You can do that.
Okay. As a condition of approval, the Department of Health memo dated April 8th, 2016. And this motion is made for reasons to clarify the zoning regulations for the definition of a farm winery and to section 4.2.E.3 of the Wallingford zoning regulations. Effective May 2nd, 2016.
Casey, are you clear with, or I guess Cynthia, are you clear with all of the, okay. So our next step would be for asking for a second on the motion and then looking for a motion to table. Is that correct, Casey?
Yes.
Okay, at this point in time, I'd indicate a second on the motion.
I will second.
Second by Mr. Cohan. At this point in time, I'd entertain a motion to table this motion until our next meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we table zoning text amendment, section 4.2.E.3, Paradise Hills Vineyard Farm Winery, application 502-16.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Cohan. All in favor?
Aye.
Excuse me, before we vote, Casey, you have a,
Point of clarification, the date for the,
would need to be
that you're
changed,
tabling it
correct?
to would be your next meeting, which is May,
That would be,
Yep.
May 9th.
table the zoning text amendment, section 4.2.E.3, Paradise Hills Vineyard Farm Wineries, application 502-16 to May, what is it?
9th.
May 9th, 2016.
Okay, we had a second.
Second.
Mr. Cohan, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? And again, gentlemen, I apologize, and we'll be seeing you next month
We
for
greatly
a
appreciate
decision
your
on the... All right.
Want this? They're going to give us another draft.
Yeah.
This brings us to our next order of business, which is a special permit location of use for Rook at 1066 South Colony Road. Again, Mr. Matarazzo, if you please read the legal notice and note all correspondence for the record.
What number are we doing?
Number 4.
Mr. Chairman, I have an application 403-16 dated 3/10/16, received on March 18th, 2016. This is signed by the fire marshal. I have a letter dated March 23rd, 2016. This is to Robert Rook regarding a special permit application 403-16 from Casey Costello, town planner. I have a copy of a checklist dated 3/22/16. A letter dated March 25th, 2016, to Casey Costello, town planner, regarding a special permit application 403-16. Interoffice memorandum to Casey Costello from Eric Kruger, senior engineer, received, it was dated March 30th, 2016, received March 31st, 2016. Interdepartmental referral notice, application 403-16, submitted on 3/10/16, received March 31st, 2016, signed by, again, it looks like the, is that the? Again, signed by the fire marshal. Application 403-16, date submitted 3/10/16, received on March 15th, 2016. This is signed by the town engineer. Interoffice memorandum to Casey Costello from Eric Kruger, senior engineer, regarding, bless you, special permit, location of use 403-16, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Matarazzo. If the applicant would please introduce themselves, if they still remember their names, and begin their presentation.
Good evening. For the record, Christopher Giuliano, Giuliano Associates with me tonight. To my right, your left, is the applicant, Mr. Bob Rook. To my left, your right, is Zach Georgian, the project engineer, who's going to go over the project in 5 minutes or less, let you ask questions, and hopefully not keep you any longer than we have to. So, without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Georgian, who will go through the project up at the board. And, yep.
All right. Our applicant, Mr. Rook, is seeking to lease the property, but that means he intends to improve the property up to code by making several changes to the property. Currently, there is pavement, dirt, as you can see denoted in brown on the map. Let's go over real quick what we're going to improve to. Going forward, we're looking to fit 29 parking spaces onto this lot. Currently, there are none. Back in the 1980s, when this was originally applied for to be a used car dealership, Mr. Rook was limited by the convenience store on this location to only having 8 spots designated for dealership autos. Currently, there is no convenience store on this location. It is set up to be a service center with 2 bays, 5 cars for each bay for service and customer, with 2 employees, one which would be running the service area, one which would be running the used car area. In order to bring it up to code, we would need 2 handicap spots, one located here with easy access to the service area for dropping off of cars and whatnot, and the other located out front with easy access to the handicap ramp up to the dealership area. We would like to increase the remaining parking spaces, 15 spaces available, from 8 to 15, so all remaining spaces to be dealership accessible. That's what we got.
Basically, what we're doing is we're bringing an existing site into compliance. As we're doing that, we're basically going to be trying to increase the amount of dealer spots so that Mr. Rook could lease the building and the premises. So, as Mr. Georgian went through, kind of explaining it. So, if there are any questions from the commission, either Mr. Georgian or myself can answer it, or if it's more of a business thing, we'll turn it over to the applicant.
Sure. Commission members with questions? I know there's always one question. Mr. Fitzsimmons is not here, but I know he always asks, how many cars, because you're going to be offering cars for a dealership for sale, how many cars do you anticipate having on the site that are going to be offered for sale? How many, because you have a certain number of spaces, how many spaces are you going to need for repair? How many spaces for, for the employees?
Okay.
So how many spaces, I guess the first thing is number of spaces that you're looking for cars that will be sold,
okay.
And where are those going to be located?
Okay. As Mr. Georgian said, there's a total of 29 spaces on the property. There are 2 bays. According to the regulations, we need 5 spaces per each bay, so that's 10 allocated to service customers for this.
And those will be located where on the plan?
Those are at the rear portion of the property because a car may sit there for a couple days, a full day, or a couple hours, so that's probably where they're going to be parked. There'll also be 2 designated handicap spots. That's all they can be used for, and then 2 employee spots. So of the 29, we have 14 spots spoken for either by code or by our parking regulations. That leaves us 15 spots to be used for the display/sale of used vehicles. And there are 8, I believe, spots across the front.
7 across the front.
7 across the front for the main display, and then we're going to be using the remaining spots along the southern side for those vehicle sales.
So just correct me if I'm wrong then, as far as the numbers, it would be 15, you would be looking to have 15 spaces for cars for sale, and that's what you would be limited to?
Yes.
For this?
Yep, maximum of 15.
Maximum of 15.
Because that's all we have parking for.
Yeah,
That's not.
but just
Yep.
Just so we're clear on that. Sometimes, just so we're clear on that.
Yep, understood.
Commission members, other questions for the applicant? Casey, any comments?
So the spaces to the south on the property are proposed to be for display, for sales. So the 2 employee spaces that are there, will those be moved to a different part of the site?
Correct. We're thinking of moving the employee spaces from here, after the meeting we had on Tuesday,
Yep.
over to this location right here.
Okay. Okay, 2 things for the commission. I want to make sure that you're comfortable with the handicap space locations. And 1 thing that you need to determine, the dumpster area that's located in the back of the property, there is some existing fencing. Part of it will be blocked by the building, and then they're proposing fencing between the road and the dumpster. There is some existing fencing on the other sides, but it's not part of this applicant's, so you'll need to make a determination whether or not that's adequate screening.
Any commission members with comments on that? As far as the screening, what do people feel on that? I guess seems the consensus is that that's adequate screening from what's being proposed.
Okay. And then I just want to clarify with the applicant, you don't do any washing on site, right? That's correct. Okay. So suggested conditions of approval, that the applicant either obtain a DEP permit for maintenance of vehicles or indication that there is no permit required, no washing on site, and water and sewer comments dated April 7th, 2016, and parking spaces to be designated as discussed at tonight's meeting.
You gonna move this?
I'm going to refer to the March 30th letter, which does the DEP and also does the washing the car.
Okay.
Right? I'll just
Takes
do it
care of
that way.
everything.
I'm sorry, the April 7th one. My apologies.
Right.
And the water and sewer one. Let me just pull that one.
I guess while Mr. Benoit again is looking at everything, any final comments that you'd like to make, or we're?
No, we're good.
All right. All right, at this point in time, if there's no other comments from commission members, and if there's no members from the public who'd like to speak on the application, which I see none, I'd entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman.
You need a motion to close the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, that's correct, it's a public hearing. At this point in time, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we close public hearing. Hold on one second. Special permit location of use, Rook, 1066 South County Road, application 413-16.
We have an application to close the public hearing. We have a motion, rather, to close the public hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, I'll entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that a special permit approve a special permit location of use for Rook to allow general repair of outside vehicles in addition to the previously approved vehicle dealer's license at 1066, aka 1064 South County Road, as shown on plans entitled Improvement Location Survey, Land of Proposed Conditions, Robert Rook, 1066 South County Road, Wallingford, Connecticut, dated March 25th, 2016, subject to conditions of approval, a memo from Eric Kruger dated April 7th, 2016. Parking spot designated as discussed tonight, and maximum cars for sale, maximum of 15 cars for sale.
We have a motion on the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Cohan. Voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
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 Yes, your application's been approved. Have a good evening.
Thank you, gentlemen. Almost morning.
Well, we still have the evening. Still young. All right, our next item is a public hearing for a special permit, multifamily residential, JFA management at 367 Washington Street and 75 Parker Street. The applicant representative here.
I told them that you were, since you indicated at the beginning you were just going to open the public hearing and then continue the application.
So we would not need the applicant here for that. Okay, so we've opened the public hearing. At this point in time, and there's no need to read all the correspondence.
Just the legal notice.
Just read a legal notice, please.
Which one is it? 404-16. Mr. Chairman, legal notice 404-16, special permit for JFA management to allow a 136-unit multifamily development at 367 Washington Street and 75 Parker Street.
At this point in time, I'd entertain a motion to continue this public hearing to our, is it the May 9th, Casey? To our May 9th, 2016 Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. Do we have a motion to continue?
Yeah, so moved. There you go.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstention. Moving on, special permit addition to an existing multifamily residence, 665 Foxton Road, LLC, 53 Parker Street. Again, if you would please read the legal notice on the application.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, legal notice 405, application number 405-16, special permit for 665 Foxton Road LLC to allow an addition of 75 dwelling units to the existing multifamily conversion building, 118 units existing at 53 Parker Street.
And again, I'd entertain a motion to continue this public hearing to our May 19th, 2016 meeting. Do I have a motion on that?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Cohan. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, moving on. New business. Site plan modification for storage of earth materials at 45 Northfield LLC, 290 South Colony Road. Mr. Matarazzo, if you would please note all correspondence for the record. If the applicant would come forward, beginning to prepare for his presentation.
I have an application 210-16 submitted 3/10/16, received on March 19th, 2016. This correspondence was signed by the fire marshal. We have a letter dated March 23rd, 2016, regarding a site plan application 210-16. It was sent to 5 Northfield LLC from Casey Costello, Town Planner. We have a checklist dated 3/23/16. Again, application 210-16 submitted 3/10/16, received March 15th, 2016. This is signed by the town engineer. Site plan application 210-16, 920 South Colony Road, to Casey Costello. This was received on April 6, 2016. A letter from Law and Larson dated March 31st, 2016, received April 4th, 2016. And a set of plans regarding site plan application 210-16, 920 South Colony Road, received April 6, 2016.
Thank you, Mr. Matarazzo. Applicant, please introduce himself and begin his presentation just before the witching hour.
Good evening. That's right, I'll get to say it just before good morning. Bill Hoynak, I'm Director of Environmental Operations for True Blue Companies. I'll be representing 5 Northfield LLC on this site plan application 210-16. Basically, this application mirrors a...
If you could pull the microphone, sir, a little bit closer to you. I think
similar
picking you up.
site plan that was approved by the town in 2006 for a company called Mulch Master LLC. If you're not familiar with the site, it's located between Scrubbing Bubbles and DiMartino's property on South Colony Road. We're proposing with this site plan to store the same volume of soil, which was originally approved, which is 3,750 cubic yards or 5,625 tons. The change would be, instead of mulch, primarily all mulch, it would be sand, stone, gravel, and some mulch, depending on what the use and needs of customers would be. Operation would still consist of 16 storage bins with a hoop house, a small shed, a small office building, 12 parking spaces, 1 handicap space, and then a 25-foot wide landscaped area with trees. Electric and phone line underground is proposed, and we also are aware that there is a previous variance and a special permit with restrictions, and other than the type of materials that we're proposing to change here from mulch to sand, gravel, and stone, we understand that all those conditions will continue.
Okay. Thank you. Commission members with questions for the applicant. I know on the prior application, or the prior approval, there was a berm behind there, and the berm, there were plantings supposedly on the berm, and that was going to provide some screening for some stockpiling. Is that correct? And I don't believe you're proposing that now?
No, we're not proposing to put the trees on there. We're just going to grass the hill.
So one of the, I believe one of the conditions was to have those evergreens, so it would give some screening to the stockpile. So why would that no longer be a concern for us?
I think the stockpile they were proposing is they were doing chipping back there. They were actually making the mulch, so they had a lot of activities going on there. We're not proposing to do that. These bins that are going to have the material in are going to be brought in from other areas, and we're just going to stockpile into the bins. We're not processing material back there. So that berm would basically, screen the house and the shed from that back side, but we're not proposing to have stockpiles back there that need additional screening, that we need trees on top of the berm.
So then just so I'm clear, so where the prior application or the prior approval, there was the berm and then there was stockpiling behind the berm.
There was.
What you're representing now is there's not going to be any stockpiling behind that berm, is that correct?
There wouldn't be stockpiling that would exceed the height of that berm.
So there would be?
There would be some stockpiling there,
So
possibly.
then how do you proposing screening that? Because again, that was the issue that we had originally.
But the berm height from the road, you can't see behind there. We wouldn't propose to have a stockpile behind the berm that would be higher than the berm. So putting trees on top of it isn't going to screen.
So at the end of the day, I don't mean to belabor the point, but your stockpile then would not be any higher than the berm. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And just one other question, as far as what's the height of the hoop house compared to the berm?
The height of the hoop house?
Yeah, you have a proposed hoop house here.
Yes, we do.
And what would be the height of that in relationship to the berm? I guess my question, basically the question is, does that provide additional screening?
No, I believe the hoop house was approximately 20 feet in height is what we're.
And how high is the berm?
I'd have to say the berm is probably 16 feet high.
So the hoop house is higher than the berm?
The hoop house would be a little bit higher than the berm.
Okay, so that would provide additional screening. Okay. Again, I don't mean to belabor the
No,
point.
no,
I
no,
just- I
that's-
just wanted to understand it. As far as with the, you have your bins in front. Is there some opportunity to provide, and I understand you're putting in some landscaping in front, you're putting in 4 trees, but, this is a very visible property from, on South Colony Street. We have certainly on either side I think some attractive properties, people that have made improvements in all of this. You have your storage bins. Again, they're set back some distance, but is there an opportunity to provide some screening, something, or some additional plantings to soften the look of the concrete storage bins?
Other than that 25-foot landscaped area, which is going to be grass and trees in there, the vehicles coming in there, the trucks to load into there, and the loaders to load out from there, it's going to be tough to maintain anything outside of that 25-foot area working its way into the bins with not only that traffic, but cars and trucks other coming in that isn't going to get trashed. So I don't know what other kind of screening we could really put in there that might not be beat up over a period of time.
Sure. Casey, you have any suggestions, or I'm not sure if there's maybe even just on that 25-foot landscape, if there's an ability to enhance what's being put in there? Because it's simply, and I understand you're putting in 4 trees, but to be honest, 4 20-foot trees ain't going to do very much.
Right, I think my 2 thoughts would be either additional landscaping, additional screening as part of the front landscaping in the 25-foot area, and/or I'm wondering if you could, the bins on the south side of the property, there's sort of a space between the landscaped area and the first bin. Maybe you could put a little landscaping in there, or maybe to the front of the other, and maybe to the front of the other row. I would say sort of one or the other would do it.
We could put some landscaping there, just aesthetically, as you're driving down there, you look over, you're going to see the land.
Oh, no,
You're going
no.
to see the business there, okay? So whether there's 4 small pin oaks, I think we're proposing, and there's a grassed area, if you put a couple more shrubs, it's still not going to screen.
I understand that.
Really
You're not
there.
gonna, I understand you're not going to be able to screen
But
the
to add some
bins,
more
but-
aesthetics to it, if that is a concern.
But I'm just looking
yes.
at, in my mind, looking to soften it, and perhaps that's something you could work with
Yeah,
our town planner with,
can-
to come
Yeah,
up with some additional plantings, perhaps, to at least soften it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe it's just as simple as planting some arborvitae at the end of each row of bins.
There's no problem. That's
Other commission members, any comments with the applicant?
There was a question, Casey, regarding time. Is it time frame?
Right.
Setting time limitations?
Right, there was, you have 2 types of stockpiling permits, and originally, this was for the general stockpiling permit, which has a time limit of 1 year. Then in 2006, it was approved as your limited special permit for stockpiling, which, as approved, is permanent, or is, doesn't have an expiration date unless you choose to impose one. So you could do that. There's not one on there right now.
I'm just asking.
Any other commission members? If there's none, I'd entertain a motion on the application.
Casey, it's a $3,000 S&E bond?
Yes.
Okay.
And from my memo, just items 1C, 1H, and 1K remain,
Your memo, hold on one second.
dated March 23rd, 2016.
March 23rd. March 23rd. Which ones were they?
7B, March 23rd, 2016, and it was 1C, 1H, and 1K.
1C. What were they? 1C?
1H and 1K.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve 5 Northfield LLC, 920 South County Road, a site plan for 5 Northfield LLC to continue the sale and storage of earth material and modify the associated plan at 920 South County Road, aka 940 South County Road, as shown on plans entitled Improvement Location Survey, Proposed Site Development Plan, or a portion of the land, DiMartino County Realty LLC, 920 South County Road, Wallingford, Connecticut, dated February 20th, 2016, updated to April 5th, 2016, subject to a $3,000 S&E bond. Work with the town planner to include more screening and more screening on the front buffer area. Provide front and side yard setback lines. Provide a handicapped space must be appropriately dimensioned and striped on the plan and will have to be appropriately striped, marked, and signed as required by ADA when created. And also show the limits of the processed stone area.
Ready? We have a motion on the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Cohan, voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, application's been approved. Have a good morning.
Thank you. It is morning.
Moving on. Site plan, number 10, old business, site plan modification, approved special permit use. Excuse me, I've jumped one too far. It's site plan modification, approved special permit, OSPRD, widened driveway, Fieldstone Farms Association, 11 Pondside Drive. The applicant, please come forward.
That was withdrawn.
Oh, it was withdrawn. God bless him. Next is, now we're getting up to number 10, old business. The site plan modification, approved special permit use, Cariati at 70 North Plains Industrial Road. Again, if the applicant would please come forward, begin preparing for his presentation. And Mr. Maserati, if you note all correspondence for the record.
Mr. Chairman, we have a copy of a letter from the Wallingford Fire Prevention Bureau dated December 11, 2015, signed by Brian Schock, Deputy Fire Marshal. Inter-office memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from Eric Kruger, Senior Engineer, received December 16, 2015. Interdepartment application number 241-15, submitted 12/3/15, received December 17th, 2015. Interoffice memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from Eric Kruger, Senior Engineer, dated December 23rd, 2015. A letter, again, from Wallingford Fire Prevention Bureau, dated January 5th, 2016, received January 7th, 2016, signed by Brian Schock, Deputy Fire Marshal. Memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from Aaron O'Hare, Environmental Planner, received January 8th, 2016. Memorandum to James Vitale, Chairman, Inland Wetlands Watercourses Commission, from Robert V. Ultramitis, if I said that right, received February 1st, 2016, regarding application A15-12.1. Interoffice memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from Eric Kruger, Senior Engineer, received March 4th, 2016. Memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from Aaron O'Hare, Environmental Planner, dated March 4th, 2016. A letter from Cariati Developers Incorporated, received March 17th, 2016. Letter from Cariati, to Cariati developers regarding site plan application 241-15 from Casey Costello. Wallingford Fire Prevention Bureau, letter dated March 24th, 2016, received March 24th, 2016, signed Brian Schock, Deputy Fire Marshal. A declaration of environmental land use restriction and grant of easement declaration. And, well, dated June 21st. I believe it's 2011. Is that right? Can't read it. Yep, 2011. That's it.
Thank you. If the applicant would please introduce himself, begin his presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For your record, excuse me, my name is Dennis Senaviva. I represent Cariati Properties. As the agenda points out, this is a site plan modification. We were here on this particular property, which is a 3.9 acre parcel of land located on the corner of North Plains Industrial Road and Pent Highway back in December 15th. Excuse me, if I could just interrupt you, there's one more item that needs to be noted for the record.
Apologies. One more memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from Aaron O'Hare, Environmental Planner, dated April 7, 2016.
And if you please continue now.
Sure. So we were here back on December 15th, 2015. The application at that time was a special permit application, and what was approved by this commission was to allow the applicant, my client, to operate this particular property as an auto dealer repair license, both for contractor repair and for general public repair and sales, the use of the property for contractor storage and retail sales, and associated site modifications at 70 North Plains Industrial Road. At that time, we did mention that we'd be back for parking, and that's really why we're here at site plan modification. You'll see up on the board, if you can, I can barely see that far, but it's the blue in the, I guess that's the left.
Perhaps
corner.
if you'd just like to take the microphone and maybe just point it out to us, that may help a little bit for everyone.
Okay, the blue shaded area is the parking spaces. It's to the front of the building facing North Plains Industrial Road, northwest section. I believe there's 17 or 18 spaces that are being proposed. And the reason that wasn't in the initial project is because that creates additional impervious surface. Would have required back in December to have gone to the Wetlands Commission. We didn't have to go there. We didn't meet their jurisdictional requirement. Again, my client wanted to be able to open and operate the business in the winter. We have since been to your Wetlands Commission and received approval. That's one of your memos. That's part of that lengthy record. We've also, as part of this application, besides putting in the proposed parking spaces, we are proposing to install new oil water separators. It's updating. This is somewhat of an aged facility, at least in terms of the stormwater management. It's now going to be consistent with handling a 25-year storm. And there's also a convolt tank being proposed for the fuel storage area. So those are the small changes. Again, primarily the parking spaces along the front of the building. That's it.
Good. Commission members, commission members with any questions for the applicant? Casey, any comments?
I'm recommending as conditions of approval that the conditions from special permit number 414-15 remain in effect, and that includes the $4,450 bond, which has been posted. And Additionally, conditions from the water and sewer memoranda dated 3/2/16 and 3/17/16, from engineering dated 1/29/16, from myself dated March 24th, 2016, and then either any required permits from DEP for vehicle maintenance or sign off from DEP that none is required. Oh, and also the.
Casey, if you could please just repeat that and maybe slow down just a second.
Sure. Conditions of the Water and Sewer Division dated, or memoranda dated 3/2/16 and 3/17/16. Comments from engineering dated 1/29/16. Comments from myself dated March 24th, 2016. Any required permits from DEP or sign off indicating that none are required, which I think is already addressed. And also one additional one from Water and Sewer, that prior to any construction or use, the internal floor trench drain, has to be connected to the sanitary sewer system. With this site, we had, it's been through a lot lately, but I think we've finally sort of brought it for the majority up to standard. You might recall that there were some issues with the diesel, was it diesel tank, and with the fire marshal's office, and that's in the process of being addressed as our water and sewer comments, so we're getting there.
Okay, good, thank you.
Just a question. The plans were dated 1/9/15, updated to what date? That's what
We don't have updated plans, so.
So I don't-
That's the most recent.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't need that, all right. All right.
At this point in time, I entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve a request for site plan modification for an approval special permit, permit use for Cariati to construct additional parking, add a retail component, and continue contractors' use and dealers' repairs license at 70 North Plains Industrial Road, as shown on plans entitled Site Landscape Plan Prepared for Cariati Developers, 70 North Plains Industrial Road, Wallingford, Connecticut, dated January 9th, 2015, subject to comments from Water and Sewer dated March 2nd, 2016, and memo dated March 17, 2016. Comments from the engineering department dated January 29, 2016. Comments from town planner dated March 24, 2016. Prior to construction or use, internal floor French drains have to be connected to sanitary drain, and sign off by DEEP. And you said something also about the keeping the application 411-15 intact for the bond of.
That the conditions of special permit number 414-15 remain in effect, including the $4,450 bond.
As stated.
Okay.
We have a motion on the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Cohan. Voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
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 Yes, application has been approved. Have a good morning.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Moving on. A site plan for, I'm all kind of washed up here now. It's a site plan for 5 Northfield Road LLC, True Blue, 3 and 5 Northfield Road. Again, Mr. Matarazzo, please note all correspondence for the record.
Mr. Chairman, we have a letter dated March 24th, 2016 from Mrs. Eloise Hazelwood, RS MBA, received March 24th, 2016 from Judy A. Schuler, Senior Civil Engineer. A letter dated February 10th, 2016 from Judy Schuler, received February 10th, 2016.
Excuse me, after we know all correspondence to record, we are just going to take a very brief break. So if you please note all correspondence for the record, and then we will take a, and then we'll take a very brief,
Letter dated February 19th, 2016 from Mrs. Erin O'Hare, received February 19th, 2016. Letter dated February 24th, 2016 from Bill Hoynek regarding site plan application 207-16. What's on there? To Casey Costello, Town Planner. A checklist dated 2/19/16. Town of Wallingford Health Department letter to Zuvikar Consulting Engineers from Eloise Hazelwood, received March 2nd, 2016. Interoffice memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner from Eric Kruger, Senior Engineer, received March 4th, 2016. Memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner from Erin O'Hare, Environmental Planner, received March 3rd, 2016. A letter dated March 21st, 2016 from Ms. Casey, to Casey Costello, Town Planner, received March 21st, 2016. A letter dated March 24th, 2016 to Bill Hoynek regarding site plan application 207-16 from Casey Costello, Town Planner. Application 207-16 submitted 2/5/16, received April 4th, 2016, signed by Town Engineer. Memorandum to Casey Costello, Town Planner from Erin O'Hare, Environmental Planner, received April 5th, 2016. And that's all I've got. I got that one, didn't I? Yeah. 7D?
Oh, yeah, I don't think you read the thing in the minutes. So.
Yeah, I read that. That's the first one.
Yep. All right, thank you.
Good. All right, at this point in time, we are going to take a brief 5-minute break. Thank you for your patience. At this point in time, I'd like to reconvene the meeting, and we're on the application for a site plan for 5 Northfield LLC. Again, if the applicant's represented, please introduce herself and begin her presentation.
Yes, good evening. For the record, or shall I say good morning?
Yes, you should.
For the record, my name is Joan Malloy. I'm an attorney with the firm of Laughlin Fitzgerald. My office is located at 150 South Main Street here in Wallingford, Connecticut. I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicant, 5 Northfield LLC. Present with me at the table to my left is Gail Semperbon, if I've said that correctly, who is the engineer on the project, and David Elias, who is going to be presenting the building plans and information for you. 5 Northfield LLC is the owner of 5 Northfield Road and has been for several years. It recently acquired 3 Northfield Road, and it's desirous of basically reallocating its office, storage, and warehouse operations within the existing buildings on both properties. Prior to tonight's hearing, we have met with representatives of the Fire Marshal's Office, the Health Department, the Engineering Department, the Environmental Planner, and Casey Costello. With regards to the department comments, if you've had an opportunity to review the memos, you hopefully have realized that the Inland Wetland Commission has given us an administrative approval for the activities that we need to perform on the site. I think that they deemed the activities were not major issues, and that the applicant had agreed to install some stormwater treatment facilities in the existing storm drainage system, and to also install some bollards in response to concerns raised by the environmental planner. Water and Sewer Division has issued what I consider a fairly standard memo indicating they have no objections and putting in what I consider to be their standard conditions of approval. The applicant has no objections to those. I would like to confirm one statement that was in both that memo and was an issue raised by Casey Costello. There will be no vehicle washing located on the properties anymore, whether indoors or outdoors. And we are willing to take that as a condition of approval. And I would just like to note that the applicant has already posted signs on their property by any external faucet indicating to employees that there is supposed to be no vehicle washing on the property. Engineering Department, a memo has indicated their primary concern, again, was with stormwater treatment, and was indicated that they were satisfied with the proposals made by the applicant. Fire Marshal, and may also be somebody from the Fire Chief's office, was down inspecting. There is an existing fuel tank on the site. They have confirmed that the fuel tank and the dispensing system is compliant with regulations. There is also a holding tank should there be any escape from the fire tank. Goes into a holding tank that is pumped out if there's ever anything in there. They have indicated that they're satisfied with that. I know I've asked for a memo from them. I don't know if you ever got one, but I believe Casey confirmed that they were satisfied with the system that's located on the property. The Health Department, again, they had some initial concerns. We have met with them. They have indicated what they want us to do. We are willing to accept the recommended conditions of approval from the Health Department. Town Planner gave us a fairly detailed letter. We have made revisions to the plans. We did meet with her. She's indicated by a second letter that we've addressed most of those conditions. There are a couple clarifications that Galen will be going over when he does the plans. I think there are 2 issues, maybe issues. One has to do with the fence that we would like to put along the front of the property, and I'd like to discuss that after both Galen and David make their presentation. But I think other than that, I think all of our issues have been addressed. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it over to Galen and let him do the site plan presentation.
Good evening. For the record, Galen Semperbon, licensed professional engineer and lead certified professional with Zuvik Carr and Associates. I'm just going to get up and make my presentation. As you're well aware, we're dealing with 2 lots. We've got 3 Northfield Road. Previous has been owned by True Blue, by the applicant, and there are really no proposed changes within the building on 3 Northfield Road. excuse me, on 5 Northfield. 3 Northfield, recently purchased by the applicant, and basically the gist of the application is that they're adding office space. It's too late for this. They're adding office space or changing office space within the building. Presently, the building has about 750 square feet of office, and the rest is storage. They're looking to increase that by 2,550 square feet in the rear to make a total of 3,300 square feet of office space in 3 Northfield. So that is the reason we're before you. As part of this application, they are looking to do a number of improvements to the site, fairly extensive changes in the parking layout, basically creating a parking lot for the office component in this area. We aren't adding any impervious coverage. In fact, we are reducing impervious coverage on the site. We're changing around the entrance drive, closing that down, adding additional green area along there, removing some parking within what would be the landscaped area along the front of 5 Northfield, reconfiguring the parking, sidewalks, et cetera, in order to partly bring the property more into compliance in regards to the landscaped area, to dress up the front, and to bring the site into operations traffic-wise a little better. We did work with well, back to the parking. We do have sufficient parking on the property to meet the requirements for both buildings. On 3 Northfield, we're required to have 17 spaces, and we're providing 21. On 5 Northfield, we're required to have 13 spaces, and we're providing 22. We have worked with the health department, and we've confirmed the designs of the septic system and that they're adequate for the proposed use for 3 Northfield, and we've also looked at the existing septic system for 5 Northfield and confirmed that that's sufficient for the use, even though we aren't changing anything at 5 Northfield from what presently exists. As I indicated, we are looking to reconfigure the front parking lot, close front driveway, and we lay out the parking. We've added some islands within the parking to better define it. 2 concrete dumpster pads. The 2 lots will stay separate. We aren't looking to combine the lots, so we would be providing, as part of the approval, cross-access easements. We have proposed some additional landscaping trees along in the front landscaped area, parking lighting within the parking lot. We are looking to reconstruct the rear retaining wall out there, create a nicer looking modular block wall. It's kind of a concrete slabbed retaining wall now. And we talked a little bit about the fencing question. We are looking to provide fencing within the front of the property. We'll talk about that some more in detail later. There were comments by Casey dated March 24th and basically, I guess we had revised plans, but they didn't make it in time for your packets, so I'd like to just talk a little bit about how basically how we address those 6. There were 6 basic comments. One had to do with a mobile trailer not to be kept on the subject property. The client is fine with not keeping that on the property. Number 2 had to do with the fence, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Number 3, per discussions with the engineering department, basically having to do with washing of vehicles, and we've acknowledged that we will not wash vehicles on the property, and we've posted that sign-wise. Comment number 4 had to do with parking spaces in the rear, and we would be looking to designate 9 of these parking spaces to be for commercial vehicle parking. We do have excess parking on 3 Northfield Road. I'm sorry I'm going through this so quickly. If you have any questions, I'd certainly be happy to answer. Floods, we have revised the plans to show the flood zone, and we did do a slight modification, basically adjusted the retaining wall back by about 1.5 feet in order to make sure it's not within the flood zone. And then we would be looking to do there was a request about outdoor storage, so we would be looking to create an 8 by 20 foot outdoor storage area on this side of 5 Northfield Road. It's well hidden from all view, based with the existing vegetation and the building, and then the vegetation along this side, so it would not be visible. Once again, I apologize for going through things so quickly, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Casey, I just have one question. As far as the revised plans, when did we receive the revised plans, or have we yet to receive them? And why haven't we received them prior to the meeting?
Well, we received them on Thursday, so they didn't make it into packets, but because we had gotten a set of revised plans right before that already, what I was comfortable that they were far enough along on these plans that the rest could be made conditions of approval.
Okay. Thank you. Commission members with any questions for the applicant? And I think now if we don't have any, I think you want to continue with your presentation.
I'd just like to point out that the existing building was a 7-bay garage concrete building, and the existing concrete will either be painted or, depending upon the condition it's in, parged and painted, and pre-finished aluminum, or not, a pre-finished corrugated metal siding will be placed along the base and the top. The voids where the doors are taken out will be turned in, will be infilled with aluminum storefront system, and probably in terms of interior, to maintain kind of an industrial aesthetic, we'll probably go with polished concrete floors.
Is that your plans right there?
Yes.
If you could put them up just for the benefit of people who may be watching this, so they'd have an idea of what you're representing.
David, you have to use the microphone.
That was it in terms of aesthetics. If you have any further questions, I can answer them.
Anyone questions for the applicant as far as the designs? Seeing none, you're on a roll.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There were, I think, 2 issues that we hadn't come to an agreement with Casey. One had to do with wheel stops. Along the rear of the property, the topography is fairly steep, and we think that in itself is going to keep vehicles from backing in. But we're leaving it to the commission to decide whether or not you want us to put wheel stops in. And Galen, if you don't mind just showing the area where we were having the discussion.
The area where we're talking about wheel stops would be along this rear property. Basically, at this point, the slope goes up very steeply right off the edge of this edge of the pavement. Presently, it's about in spots it's very steep. Obviously, we're showing a retaining wall, so it varies, but it's generally like 2 to 1, 3 to 1 type of slope. So vehicles have no reason to travel off the edge of pavement there. It's very obvious where the edge of the parking lot ends, so we didn't see a need for the wheel stops in this area.
But again, we leave that to the discretion of the commission in terms of. The other question had to do with fencing. And my client is looking to install what I would call a decorative wrought iron fence and along the front of both 3 and 5 Northfield Road. The issue is, where do we put that? So if I may, I have some pictures that I would like to submit. I apologize, the copy printer went down, the color copy printer. So I have one color copy, but the other ones are black and white, and I'm sorry, it doesn't look as nice on the black and white, but I would like to give you that.
Sure. We'll start with the color copy on this end, and then we'll just move it down. Then give everyone the black and whites, and then we'll just... Okay. Here you go, gentlemen. Oh, my gosh.
So, what we tried to do was give you, and we've given you two different versions. This is the front of 5 Northfield, where we put some stakes out. And if, in fact, we have to put the fence at the edge of the required landscape area, it is the stakes closest
Could
to
you
the...
please hold that one up again, just on? Okay. Good. I got it.
The stakes closest to the building, they would be, for lack of a better term, south of the decorative tree that is there. That's not our preferred location. The stakes that are closer to the front of the building, to the road, is the location that we would like. And that is comparable to the location of the fence on 3 Northfield. And there's another picture that shows a vinyl fence. There's a bush and looks like that. That's 3 Northfield. And that fence is about 25 feet from the road. And that would be comparable to the stakes that are closer to the road on 5 Northfield. So we would like to run the fence in the landscaped area. It would be an open wrought fence, and I did give you a copy. The best example I can give you locally is Silversmith Park.
Yep.
Where you have, you can, at least I believe you can still see the greenery on the other side.
Sure.
It allows what we would like is a much more presentable front, plus it allows us to create a security system to control access to the property. Casey felt that the decision about the location of the decorative fence would have to be up to the commission. I have to tell you that if you want it closer on the edge of the landscape area, I don't think the client's going to install it on 5 Northfield because it's too close to the building. It'll create a very walled effect. I'm just telling you that for informational purposes, not because...
Yeah, just for clarification,
Yeah.
for mine. You mentioned this fence here, which is the solid fence.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the fence, and that's on...
3 Northfield.
That's on the 3 North. The fence that was going to be, that you would like to have closer to the road, that would be more in line with this, is that
That's
correct?
exactly
So
right.
basically, you'd have the fences would line up rather
Yes.
than having one here and then one offset farther from the road, is that correct? So this way they would be more in line.
That's correct.
Okay, good.
And that was the last issue that we had, and again, it's a decision that the commission has to make. Other than that, I think we're done with our presentation, and
Okay.
ready to answer questions.
Casey, wheel stops, I know you had you indicated that you thought they would be appropriate. They've indicated that they didn't necessarily feel so because of the slope. Just your opinion on that, if you would, please.
Typically, you've required either a curb or wheel stops. But if, I guess the question I would have is whether or not there's any danger of somebody running into the wall once you regrade.
I don't think our client's concerned about it because it's a site that they have had operational equipment on. They have stored, as we've discussed, some equipment in the back there. It hasn't been a problem to date, so we don't see it as a problem, but...
Okay.
I mean, typically, part of the reason we require it is to protect landscapings or green areas adjacent to the parking lot, and that's not really applicable here. So if you're comfortable with it, I don't have any objection.
Okay, commission members, any questions for the applicant? Okay, if there's none, I guess the question for the commission is wheel stops, no wheel stops, and location of the fence.
Yeah, and the question with the fence is sort of by default the location of the fence. Really, the question is the fence, are you comfortable with the fence being part of the required front landscaped area?
From my perspective, I am, given what's being, provided the fence that's being proposed, and I have no reason to believe that it wouldn't be put up, but what's being proposed, I think it's a decorative fence, and I think to have the two fences line up, it's much more aesthetically pleasing than having one pushed back farther toward the building. I think that would look a little odd, especially because there's, these are, essentially, two properties owned, by the same individual, so I would feel comfortable with that. Other commission members?
Agree?
Wheel stops, no wheel stops?
No.
No. Don't need them.
All right. Unless you'd like to make any final comments, I'd entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like
Unless
to...
Mr. Baltramitis would like to make some comments.
We're skipping that one. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve a site plan request for 5 Northfield LLC for office and storage use at 3 and 5 Northfield Road, as shown on plans entitled 5 Northfield LLC, 3 and 5 Northfield Road, Wallingford, Connecticut, dated February 5th, 2016, updated to March 30th, 2016, subject to comments from Casey Costello, memo dated March 24th, 2016, comments from Eloise Hazelwood's memo dated February 29th, 2016, and comments from Eric Kruger's memo dated March 2nd, 2016.
Mr. Chairman, can we make Eloise, the Health Department memo 47, not the 229? Because the 47 is the one that's where we've agreed to what we have to do.
They don't have the 471 because it came in too late.
So then we should have noted that for the record, or?
Well, it came in too late, so you didn't receive it for the record tonight.
Oh, we didn't have it?
We don't have it.
It came in too late.
Gotcha.
So the original one, you can make the original one the condition of approval. It's just that we already know that it's fairly along in the process.
Came in too late.
If that's okay with Attorney Malloy.
I think, yes, would you?
Yeah.
Pass it along.
Can you take that? You got to take it in for the record too, right?
Yeah. I think we'd have to
Read
note
it
this.
into the record.
We have to note this for the record.
Chairman, for the record, we have a memo from the Health Department to Casey Costello, Town Planner, from Stephen Civitelli, Chief Sanitarian, received April 8th, 2016.
Okay, so I will strike Eloise Hazelwood's comment and replace it with whatever that says, the Chief Sanitarian.
Thank you.
Sanitarian, something, something, dated something, something.
It's dated 4/7. It's a Health Department memo dated 4/7.
The Health Department memo dated 4/7/2016. Casey, what else do I need to include? as a
Engineering comments dated 4/4/16.
4/4/16?
Yep. And
Engineering comments dated 4/4/16.
yep. And that appropriate access cross easements be filed on the land records.
As stated. do we have to put that in there, or is it? We could, no wheel stops as a condition of approval, and the fence being 25 feet from the road.
So we're all set on the, okay. We have a motion on the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Cohan. Voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, the application's been approved.
Thank you very much.
Have a good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Yep, it certainly is. All right, our next item on our agenda is a site plan for parking lots for Town of Wallingford, South Elm Street, also known as 80 Whartonbrook Drive. Pat Wall Field. Again, Mr. Matarazzo, please note all correspondence for the record while the applicant gets ready for his presentation.
Mr. Chairman, we have an application number 208-16, submitted 2816, received February 11th, 2016, signed by the fire marshal. We have a letter dated February 25th, 2016, to Robert Baltramitis, town engineer from Casey Costello. We have a checklist dated 2/24/16. Interdepartmental referral regarding application 208-16, submitted 2816, received February 26, 2016, signed by the environmental planner. A letter dated March 30th, 2016, regarding site plan application 208-16, received March 30th, 2016. Application 208-16, submitted 2816, received February 8th, 2016, signed by the fire marshal. A set of plans with a corresponding letter dated March 30th, 2016, received on March 30th, 2016, to Casey Costello from the Robert Baltramitis, town engineer. You're all set.
Thank you, Mr. Matarazzo. Mr. Baltramitis, if you please introduce yourself, begin your presentation.
Well, good morning. For your record, I'm Rob Baltramitis, town engineer. I'm going to present to you our application for site plan approval for parking modifications at Pat Wall Memorial Field along South Elm Street. The property address is confusing because it's the town recognizes this as one entire parcel, as 80 Whartonbrook Drive. It's 92 acres. This is Lyman Hall High School, Dag Middle School, Stevens, East Side Volunteer Firehouse, Wallingford Daycare over here. This is where Whartonbrook passes through the site, and this is the large diamond baseball field on South Elm Street, again, Pat Wall Memorial Field. So the parcel's 92 acres, but our activity is limited to just this area along South Elm Street, and it's just over an acre of activity. All right. This map is an existing condition map, because I just wanted to, I'm sure most or all of you are familiar with the parking conditions here at Pat Wall Field. North is essentially up the page, South Elm Street here, of course you see the large diamond. There's an oddly shaped paved parking area that's unstriped on the north side of the site. If you striped it according to town parking regulations, 9 by 18 spaces, 24-foot aisles, you'd be lucky to get 15 parking spaces on there. There's also a long, narrow piece of pavement along the South Elm Street frontage, again, to try to get conforming spaces. You wouldn't be able to do it. Even parallel spaces with a two-way drive aisle, it's just not wide enough. You may also recall, we were here about a year ago. The town was considering purchasing the property to the north. When that was taken to town council, just say it did not go forward, and we were tasked with making improvements on the site. So what can happen here, if you're familiar with the parking, it's haphazard to say the least. When you have an intense game with a lot of viewership, people will come in here, they'll back onto the public sidewalk, and they'll also park out in this, what I call a peninsula of lawn area here. So what we're proposing to do is basically do away with all that parking and create two separate parking lots, basically elongating the parking on the north side and better configuring it so we can get town compliant spaces, again 9 by 18 spaces. We end up with about 40 parking spaces on the north side. We're going to do away with that narrow pavement in between, and we're going to construct an area of 43 parking spaces on the south side out where that peninsula is. And we will connect it with a concrete walkway in between, kind of create a park setting. And what's really good about this, I think, is if people come out and spectate, there'd be a great place up here with your folding chair to put it out and watch the game. There are two curb cuts that presently serve the site. We're going to maintain the one on the north side. There's a second one in and about this area that will close and basically relocate it here. So at the end of the day, we still have two curb cuts. The project really is that simple. It does require site plan modification. I'll just mention this parcel is an R18 zone, as are the adjacent parcels. We did get a variance from the ZBA to allow parking in the front yard. That's one of your requirements. We've obtained that variance. And we also, because there is a unnamed water course on the south side here, we took the application to the local Inland Wetlands Commission for regulated activity and got a permit for them as well. So here we are before you this morning.
Good. Questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Cohan.
Hey, Rob, just one quick question. You know, when this was originally, you know, an issue, is there going to be any fencing, you know, in that northern parking spot? You know, there's a lot of night games, and you know, there's, I think there was a brand new house built there, and there's another neighbor. You know, when the night games are on, there was going to be a fence to kind of block the headlights from the car. Is that in this plan as well?
Well, there is a fence. I believe there's a chain link fence. Keep in mind, when that application was proposed before, we were installing new parking on the lot that we did not acquire, and it was to address concerns from the neighbor to the north, who's now 2 lots removed.
Right.
So there is an existing fence that would remain. We're not proposing to alter that fence.
Did a house get built in that?
There is a house, but it has not been sold that I know of. Checking the records very recently, it still belonged to Mr. Ahern.
Yeah. Is there any way to, you know, at least put some of that, you know, stripping in that chain link fence to make it, you know, block some of that light? You know what I'm? You know,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. If you wanted to condition that, we'd have to accept it as a condition.
Thanks. That was it.
Any other commission members? Just one question, Rob. Forgive me, but where's the boulders?
Well, there's a big part of me that wanted to come in with a lot of boulders. But actually, I'm kind of glad you raised the issue, because one of the things that's different about this site, because it's very important for us to keep vehicles out of this area. So we basically have to corral it off, and in lieu of boulders, we have a lot of existing metal guardrail out here that we can relocate. It's pretty feasible to relocate it. So we can do that again, just to keep the vehicles in that park-like area.
And again, everything that's shown on the plans will be done.
That's what you told me before, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions, commission members?
So we're talking about a fencing, privacy fencing
Not a
on
fence, but putting the slats in the fence.
slotted
Privacy slats in the existing fence.
privacy
It'll help a little.
No, totally, I understand.
fencing along northern parking lot. It's northern parking lot?
Yes, that's the north.
Privacy
Casey, any questions, observations, anything you should inform us about?
Yeah, just a couple quick things. All of my comments are addressed and nobody else had comments, but I have 2 questions and 1 comment. Same thing I asked True Blue in terms of curbing or wheel stops on the northern parking lot. You're not proposing either of those there, so can you just explain the rationale?
Yeah, well, you know what it is, Casey, is we didn't need the curbing for the drainage because that north limit is essentially a high point, everything drains away. But you know what, we do have to install curbing along the other portions. It's just as easy to put it in on that north side, so I can commit to that.
Curbing.
The second comment was just that the light fixtures can't be higher than the 18 feet permitted in the zone.
I don't think I totally heard you. I apologize. Did you say the light?
The light fixtures,
Okay. And I recognize that, but we do understand that there's obviously the field is lit and the poles are certainly much higher than 18.
right. So whatever is existing can stay.
Okay.
The other fields, like Choate came in and got a variance for it. I think Sheehan did the same thing to have the higher light posts, but if you want to do more than what's existing, that's what you'd have to do, or lower them.
Okay. There's a utility pole over in this area, and it has a floodlight that's kind of back mounted to it. It's the way Electric Division does that. We're proposing to do the same for the southern field, just to make sure it's illuminated for safety. But I understand, so you're saying 18 feet for that luminaire. Okay.
And then the last thing is just a question. Is there any way to move the Santa can further from the road?
Portable. You can move them very easily.
Okay.
Do you have a particular spot you'd like to have it
Well, that's
moved
what
to?
I'm not sure if there is another spot.
Well, perhaps you can take some time and talk to Rob and come
Yeah,
up with
okay.
an
Okay.
agreeable location. All right? If there's no other comments, I'd entertain a motion on the application.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve a site plan modification for a previously approved special permit use for the town of Wallingford to expand, to expand, formalize, and approve the parking lot on the existing property at Pat Wall Field on South Elm Street, on property AKA 80 Wharton Brook Drive, AKA 70 Pond Hill Road, as shown on plans entitled Site Plan Pat Wall Memorial Field, South Elm Street, Wallingford, Connecticut, Town of Wallingford, Connecticut Department of Engineering, dated February 6, 2016, subject to privacy slots and existing fence along northerly parking lot and curbing along, northeast corner of northern parking lot. Sound right?
Have a motion on the application. Do we have a second?
Second?
Second by Mr. Cohan, voting beginning with Mr. Cohan.
Yes.
Aye. Yes.
And yes, application's been approved. Have a good morning. All right, Casey, that brings us down to extension requests. A special permit for Phil for Old North Colony Properties LLC, 12 North Colony Road.
And I'm recommending a 1-year extension.
Do we have a motion on the town planner's recommendation for a 1-year extension of the special permit?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we extend the special permit Phil Old North Colony Properties LLC, 12 Old Colony Road by 1 year, application 404-109.
We need a specific date, Casey?
Yeah, it would be April 9th, 2017.
1 year to April 9th, 2017.
We have a motion on the extension request. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Cohan. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. In case if you take us through the rest of the agenda as quickly as you might be able to.
Sure. Update to Plan of Conservation and Development. That has been referred out to the council, and as you know, your public hearing has been scheduled. And it's in the process of being referred out to the various departments for their review. The TOD study, I have a 95% completed draft for you, which I forgot to bring upstairs to you tonight. So I'm going to email it to everyone, and then I also will mail you copies. So if you have any comments on that, they're looking for feedback before we go to the final adoption. The bond release is not ready. And let's see. Administrative approvals, 350 North Cherry Street extension was just a change of use. We did not have a March ZBA meeting, so if you have any questions for the April ZBA meeting, just let me know.
Anyone with any questions? Seeing none, I guess we can continue.
Okay, and finally, the zoning enforcement log, and again, I'll open that up to questions.
Questions on that, any commission members? All right,
That's
seeing none,
it.
I believe that, and you're going to notify, I'm sure you will, Casey, the other two survey waivers, those people that were not here this evening, that they would be on the agenda for next month. So at this point in time, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Call for adjournment at 1:15 in the morning.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions. Have a good morning, everyone. Thank you.